sunlight breaking through. When it's right, it'll come to you. When it's right, it'll find you. When there's nothing left to mediate, you take your coat and you close the gate, and you grow your hair in branches long, and you lose your days in the LA sun. Oh, nobody knows where it goes, where it goes. Love takes some time to bloom. When it's right, it'll find you. When it's right, it'll find you. Like sunlight breaking through. When it's right, it'll come to you. When it's right, it'll find you. And we are mostly wasting time, half asleep and half divine, waiting for the faintest light, waiting for these moons to heal. No one never is lost or is found as we think we are. No one never is lost or is found as we think we are. Love takes some time to bloom. When it's right, it'll find you. When it's right, it'll find you. Like sunlight breaking through. When it's right, it'll come to you. When it's right, it'll find you.
Hello, everyone. Happy Passover Sabbath to you all who are a part of my kindred people of God. I hope all of you had a wonderful week and have been well. In fact, I hope all of you have been well since the last time I spoke with you all. I apologize for radio silence last Sabbath. I was very busy all week, and I was totally drained on Sabbath. That night, I got home too late. The next day, I was too drained. So my apologies for not being able to communicate with you all for a while. But here we are. This is I would say, one of the most important Passover Sabbaths that will ever occur. This is the first year of this is the 70th Jubilee. So this is the first year of Jacob's trouble. And this Passover Sabbath is the one that's, of course, being mocked the most right now. We've seen that the Jews have, restricted Christians from going to the Temple Mount. I don't know if that's still going on, but it was. Also, all these companies have not been using the name Easter. They've been changing, like Cadbury and several other companies have changed their Easter egg name to celebration eggs or some other thing, event eggs, they call them and stuff. And the thing is, Easter is not the proper day we're supposed to be keeping. Easter, for all of you who view this channel regularly, you already know that Easter is a pagan holiday celebrating the god Ishtar, and it was something the Jews duped white people into starting to keep so that Jews would keep our Passover, basically role reversing us. And since that has been going on, now the Jews have, because they're doing all this anti-white stuff, they're doing anti-Easter stuff, right? And that causes most pro-white people to want to defend Easter and be like, no, we need to keep Easter. We need to, Easter is the thing. That's white people's thing, da-da-da. And the way they're trying to subvert it is through celebrating anything else other than Easter on Easter, right? And oddly enough, we haven't seen almost any discussion of Passover on YouTube this year. Remember, all the years leading up to this year, every year when it came time for Passover, you would see lots and lots of Passover stuff all over YouTube. Passover this, Passover that. The White House be doing Passover events. All this stuff typically is Jewish themed, right? Even though it's supposed to be ours. Passover's us, not for the Jews. But all of these Passover events that have been happening at the White House every year, and at and all the celebrations and mentions of Passover on the internet and online, on YouTube and all these places, all these years leading up to this year, have always been very Passover heavy. You've seen lots and lots of mentions, lots of videos mentioning them and the titles and all those things. But this year, oddly enough, there's almost total silence about Passover. And of course, people could say, well, it's because the Jews have this war going on, have us doing this war for them right now, and all this other stuff. So they're just distracted with all of that. But Jews never get distracted from keeping the holidays that allow them to keep stealing our identity. So they're definitely not going to be looking past Passover or any of those things. So what I think it is I think it's a more concerted effort by the Jews to be kind of silent about Passover this year. And I think that's because they know that this year is the year that their identity gets revealed to the world, that they are not Israelites, that they are in fact the enemies of Israel, and that actually white people are Israel, not the Jews. And so as all of that comes out this year, they, I guess, in their gameplay, their strategy they have tactical-wise, they didn't want white people figuring out early on that we should be keeping Sabbath and keeping Passover this year, because that would connect us closer with our Lord than if we still have a lot of our people cucked into celebrating Easter. Now, granted, my position is that Christ accepts all of the unknowing Christians who celebrate Easter. My position is that Christ winks at that, because he realizes they are ignorant. They are truly ignorant. They do not know what they're doing. And so I think he accepts their love and appreciation for his sacrifice, because after all, even though it's not the way and the day that is supposed to be, white people still, against all the 2,000 years of resistance of the Jews in all our different countries that they've been in trying to get rid of Christianity, we still hang on to celebrating and appreciating and thanking Christ for his sacrifice. And we do so at Easter time. So even though Passover is actually our race's true holiday, Easter is another name for the same event that our white people are actually honoring. Our people are not honoring the god Ishtar when they're celebrating Easter, and when they take their little white children out and hide eggs for them outside and have them run around and try to hunt Easter eggs. They're not doing so to celebrate pagan fertility of the year and the god Ishtar. They're doing so in celebration of Jesus Christ's sacrifice. And even though Easter eggs and bunnies don't have anything to do with Christ's sacrifice, the day, the event, the teaching of our children about Jesus and all those things do occur on Easter. So, I'm not against Easter anymore. I used to be. I'm not anymore, because I understand it now, and I understand that it's still our people's, even though it's been misconstrued, it's been modified, and all these things. It's still our people's day. And this is why the Jews, I think, have done this anti-Easter thing specifically extra hard this year, because they know that this is year number 1 of Jacob's trouble. This is the year of the great identity reveal. And so I think that it was a combination of wanting to keep us focused on Easter and defending and protecting and trying to hang on to Easter, so that they could keep us from being focused on our actual real day we should be focused on, which is Passover. So it was imperative that I do a stream tonight, even though I wasn't actually prepared. I don't really have a lot to talk about. I don't really have a lot to show. I have my massive 1,500 plus screenshot slideshow running tonight, just so I can have something for folks to view and get screenshots of or whatever, and so they can look them up for themselves later. But even though I wasn't mentally prepared and I'm physically exhausted and all those things, I'm really not prepared tonight. It was still very important that I fire up a stream tonight, fellowship with you all, say hello to everyone, encourage you all to stay in the fight and keep your faith, and to remind you that all of these things happening to our people, happening against our people and against our children and against our women and against our countries, is all proof that we are Israel. We are Israel of the Holy Bible. We are God's special creation, Adam and Eve's descendants, mankind, who are under a 6,000-year trial, which is coming to an end very soon. And all of this stuff is going to get worse and worse against us, okay? We're going to have this next 3.5 years, we're going to have a lot of little victories, and it's going to feel like we're on the up a little bit here and there. But it's going to be a roller coaster of emotions, because every little win we get, we're also going to get a terrible hit, and we'll probably take a lot more terrible losses than we will have many little victories. But we will have little mini victories in this next 3.5 years. I don't know what they're going to be, but we will have some. And I think what Jews are trying to do by being super anti-Easter this year, more so than they have been in previous years, and their radio silence this year, if you will, about on the internet and everywhere else about Passover, I think is all because of this being year number 1 of Jacob's trouble. Because year number 1 is a special year of Jacob's trouble. It's the year of the great identity reveal. And so I think Jews are going to handle this particular year a little more different than they handle all the other years. Now, granted, they're going to ramp up their efforts against us every year, increasingly from now all the way to Christ's arrival. But this particular year, because it says in our scriptures that the first year of Jacob's trouble will be the year where the great identity reveal occurs, that I think is causing the Jews to handle this year slightly different, slightly more different than they do, than they have previous years. Now, granted, someone could argue with me and say, well, they've actually done different things almost every year. And to that, I would have to say touche. They mostly do new things each year, come up with clever new ideas against us and things every single year. But they do also have some repeated patterns, some observable, recognizable patterns. And so I think they will continue those, but I think that they will be a little more, a little different. I can't say what the difference will be. I don't know if it'll be that they'll be less anti-white with us this year, or they'll be more anti-white with us this year than they will be for perhaps the other 2 years after this until the Great Tribulation begins. Who knows? But I do think they're going to treat this particular year of 2026 from April 1st of this year all the way to April 1st of 2027. I think they're going to treat this particular year differently than they do all the other years that they typically will do a lot of their same stuff that they commonly do. And I mean as far as things they do against us, white people. For example, maybe immigration, maybe they will slow it down some. Maybe they will ramp it up more. Maybe they will slow down on DEI hiring. Maybe they will ramp it up more. Maybe they will slow down on their rhetoric against us. Maybe they will ramp it up even more. So I don't know whether it's going to be that they accelerate against us this year or if they throttle back a little this year and handle this year a little more gingerly. But they will be operating this year slightly different than they do all the other years. And it's all because of it being year number 1 of Jacob's trouble, the 70th Jubilee year. And that's because in Scripture, they are prophesied to operate slightly different in this particular year. So that's why they will. One thing you can count on Jews for is being consistent with our Holy Bible. And that's because it's not that the Jews are consistent, it's that our Holy Bible is correct. And so when our Holy Bible tells us things about their behavior and about their MO and about their personality and about their tactical plans against us, it's never mistaken. It's never exaggerating. It's never wrong in any way. And so it's not that the Jews are the consistent thing. It's that our Holy Bible is the consistent thing, which has correctly identified and warned us about their not only their existence, but their behavior. So, and I do have other things I want to mention tonight. I wanted to, of course, talk a little bit about the fake moon trip or whatever. That's a hoax, of course, because nobody's leaving Earth to go anywhere. And so that whole thing's a hoax. And of course, they have a full diversity crew. I'm actually surprised they have 2 white guys on the crew this time. I'm surprised there was no white guys. I actually figured, knowing NASA, that it would be 0 white guys that would be presented as the crew, and that it would be just women and blacks mostly. But, and of course, they got the token black. And of course, he's the supposed pilot, to be a super insult to white people. There's 2 white guys supposedly in this rocket, which people don't ride rockets, but supposedly there's 2 white guys riding in a rocket that a nog is piloting. Ha! Meanwhile, we don't even have that situation with airplanes anywhere on the earth, much less with rockets. So that's a hilarious laugh. And not only that, this nog would be somebody already, right? He would have already been somebody somewhere at some point. And now he's just this pop-up nog. It's like they just grab him from the corner store. You know what I mean? They just literally drive down to the local little come and go and pull in and go and find the first nog they see standing around and go, "Hey, what are you doing today? You want to be an astronaut?" So, oh man. And then of course they have a woman, got to have a white woman, got to have that. So we have a white woman on the crew. But of course people don't ride rockets, so none of them are in any kind of rocket. And of course the rocket, after it went up, it just went right off into the ocean where they always go. And I was watching, and I have it set up for us to look at here in a little while. I was watching their live stream. They have a live stream going, right? And it's utterly useless. You would expect it to have cameras. The thing is, with all the criticism NASA has got from all of us flat earthers, if these trips to space were real, they would put, now that we have GoPros and live streaming capability and all this shit, they would have 50 fucking GoPros mounted pointing in every direction on the sides of the rockets, the top of the rocket pointing upward, the bottom of the rocket pointing at the earth, on the sides of the rocket pointing straight out and pointing down and pointing up. And they would come back and go, "Here, you flat earthers, shove all this footage up your asses. Here's 500 camera angles from our rocket going up, and here's footage all the way from the Earth all the way to the freaking ISS. Here's us all the way uninterrupted from here to there, and da-da-da, on this camera, and this camera, and this camera." And remember, they tell you that it only takes minutes for them to get up into what they call low Earth orbit, right? So if it only takes minutes, well, a GoPro is way good for that. So there should be hundreds of hours of GoPro footage of them launching up into low Earth orbit and riding all the way up to the daggum ISS. Now, they could argue, "Oh, it's going to take us 2 or 3 days to get to the ISS." Okay, fine. But you could have, with the live streaming capability they claim they have. Remember, they all the way back before 2012, they did a live stream, supposedly from the ISS. They did a live stream with a band playing on Earth while they're supposedly not on Earth, playing somewhere hundreds of miles away in the sky. And all the musicians were able to play in sync with them. No time delay at all. Keep in mind, I have a time delay when I'm streaming to YouTube. There is like a 15-second time delay. So there's no way that all the way back before 2012, these fools were able, and they did this in front of the world. They did it for like live TV or whatever. They supposedly had musicians playing a guitar or whatever on the ISS while they had a band playing here on Earth. And I keep saying here on Earth as though they were really up in space, but you know what I mean. That's what it was portrayed as. And it was all bullshit. And so, and And so this is before we even knew the earth was flat or knew about the dome or anything. This was all the way back pre-2012. We were criticizing all that stuff. And I think 2012 was the year they did that. So that year was the year we criticized that stunt. But anyhow, I was watching their live stream that they have of this mission. And like I said, it's utterly useless because there's no camera pointing at the earth as they're flying away from it, allegedly. And there's no camera pointed forward into the void of space where they're allegedly flying into. And so, and there's no footage of anything, the sides of the rocket, the anything. There's no camera mounted any freaking where. And if all of this was real, to shit on all of us truthers, they would have 100 cameras. You see these race cars, you watch these race car vids, they put cameras, they got GoPros mounted all over their car. They have it on the sides of the car, the fenders, the front bumper, the hood, the top of the car, the wing. They'll have them all over the car. So there's no reason why we wouldn't have, and why they wouldn't put cameras all over the rockets just to shut all of us truthers and hardcore Christians up forever. To shit on us forever and shoot us down forever and prove our Holy Bible wrong forever. With the technology we have nowadays, they would have 50 cameras minimum on every rocket that goes up. Instead, 0. Even on Tesla rockets, any of the others, it doesn't matter. Not Tesla rockets, but you know what I mean, SpaceX rockets, whatever. 0 cameras. Now, yes, they show like a camera that they have supposedly mounted on SpaceX rockets when they come back to land, you know. They'll suddenly turn on the camera and it's pointing down at the ground and it shows it blasting the ground as it's landing. But they only turn the camera on for that moment. All right, they never have the camera on and just leave it on and let one of the rockets go up and go into orbit or any kind of shit like that. The Russian ones that go up that supposedly load our things onto the ISS, none of those have any cameras all over them. And you got to understand that that would be the case. All right, it would be the case because they would want to shut up. They would want to dump on all the Christians that don't believe NASA. And they would want to shit on all of us truthers because we cause them a huge problem, way more of a problem than you think we cause them. You know, a lot of people think that the truthing community has very little influence in the world, but it actually has massive influence, way more than you could ever imagine. And I think a lot of that has to do with the fact that some people are truthers online who in real life do not do any such thing. They don't talk with people in real life about the stuff. They don't talk with their loved ones, their family members, their friends, their coworkers. They keep it all to themselves in the real world. And then online, they do read our info. They do listen to our information. And so I think we have a lot of sleeper cell white men in the country right now that are forming without us realizing it. And it doesn't mean that I think that we're uncucking a massive population of our, or a massive portion of our population. I'm not saying that. But what I am saying is that there are more and more white men waking up all the time. And so, I don't know really why I was saying that particularly. So let me just get back to my main thing here, which is that all of this, you know, everything has already been said, right? I've mentioned in streams before that everything that needs to be said about the Jews has been said. And everything that our Holy Bible warns us about the Jews has been pointed out. So now all this info that we have put out to the world, to digress back to my main point, is it's actually going to all take effect now. All right, the Epstein files, which is Pizzagate, and the Jews being in control of all of our things. All of this stuff is going to be revealed. It's all coming out. So all of your effort of being a truther for however many years you've been doing so, it's all going to finally come out. You're going to finally be fully vindicated as of this year, and especially as of in the next couple. And so our focus needs to shift slightly. Of course, we want to keep pointing out, history of things of the Jews and all this stuff, because the rest of our people don't know all those things yet. All right, so it is important to keep focusing on things the Jews have done to us in the past. It is important to keep showing their symbols and their numerology play. I don't think that people should be trying to teach or study gematria or numerology per se, but the basics. Explain to people that 33, 31, 32, 33, 23, the number 3, the number 9, that those 66, that those are all code numbers of theirs. And, of course, we could keep explaining all of those things to newcomers, new baby truthers, and things like that, people who first awaken to the truthing stuff. But I think it's going to be more beneficial for us now to just stay focused on waking up white people that Jews are not Israelites. Jews are not Israelites. Jews are not Israelites. We have to get as many white people woke up to that this year as possible. Because God's prophecy says that it will occur this year. So we should be the ones to be the purveyors of it, not the Jews having to reveal it themselves, because we're cucked pussies who wouldn't reveal the Jews. So instead, we need to be the ones who do it, not the Jews. And not only that, but because we only have 3.5 years until everything is exposed to, till all is revealed, we only have this window of time to save white people. So in other words, we don't get to save any white people after this 3.5 years are finished. That is when the book is sealed. That's when the book is closed. The book of life is closed, and that's it. Nobody else gets in it. And the time when that happens is 3.5 years from now, when the Great Tribulation begins. The reason why the book of life is closed at that time is because no shit white people are going to suddenly change their mind and want to give their life to God and be apologizing to Christ and all these things. Once the Great Tribulation starts, then prophecy is revealed to be true. No need in having faith in the Holy Bible anymore. No need in having faith in what God's Word says anymore. It'll all be fact. It'll all be confirmed. It'll all be happening. And so the idea, or the concept, I should say, of being able to have faith basically stops at that point. Now, granted, somebody could argue no, because during the Great Tribulation, all kinds of people are going to lose their faith. So hanging on to your faith is going to be a super difficult thing during that time, which is absolutely true. But what I mean is developing a new faith, all right? Developing true repentance has to be done by God's cutoff time. God has a cutoff time. And that cutoff time is when the Great Tribulation begins. Because that's when it's going to become super obvious to white people that the Bible is true, that white people are Israel, therefore that's who and why that's why we are who are under attack. it'll be too obvious by then. So, of course, white people are going to, it's kind of like if a criminal gets caught and then he's sorry. He's not really sorry. He's just sorry he got caught, right? Well, likewise, if some white person waits all the way till the Great Tribulation begins to then finally realize, oh, shit, my Christian buddy, Rick was warning me all along that, that Christ is real and God is true and the Bible is accurate and that white people are Israel, and I should have listened. It was all true after all. But look at me now, caged up with these blacks taking turns raping me and da-da-da, and I'm their sex slave now, and all the white men have been slaughtered. And everything he warned was going to happen happened. It'll be too late then. God doesn't want them then, because then they're just sorry that they got caught. They're sorry that their sin caught up with them. They're sorry that they're disregarding of God caught up with them. They're just sorry that they're going to have to reap what they sowed. That's what they're sorry about at that point. That's what those white people will be sorry about. And that's why God doesn't want any of them. They didn't willingly give themselves to him when, under their own volition, when things were better. Granted, a lot of white people give their life to God when they are at absolute rock bottom. But this is going to be a worldwide phenomenon, not a one person at a time. Other white people are doing great when one white person has hit rock bottom and gives their life to God. All other white people are doing great, or a lot of other white people are at that same moment. But this will be a new phenomenon where no white people will be doing well, hardly. There will be some. There will be those of us who obeyed Christ and fled the cities and have balkanized and are living safely as best we can with balkanized with our own. But the bulk of white people worldwide will be going through this persecution at the same time. So, of course, Christ isn't interested in people who are suddenly sorry to him because they're having to reap what they've sowed. And so that's why the book will be sealed at that time. Anybody after the 3.5 years from now mark who has not given their life to Christ by then and been baptized in water in the name of Jesus Christ by then, it's really in the name of the Father, the Son, Jesus Christ, and the Holy Ghost. If they haven't done that by 3.5 years from now, and if any of you haven't been baptized, submerged underwater in the name of the Father, the Son, Jesus Christ, and the Holy Ghost in this next 3.5 years, then you'll be in deep shit too. So make sure that all of you have been baptized, submerged completely underwater in the name of the Father, the Son, Jesus Christ, and the Holy Ghost. And make sure that your children have been. Make sure that anyone you love has been. And there will be plenty of people who flat out refuse to do so until it's too late, But when that book closes 3.5 years from now, that's it. The decisions have been made. And remember, this isn't God who decides that they don't get to go to heaven. It's them. And that's what's so heartbreaking about it is we love these people. We want them to care about their own eternal life. We want them to want to be there with us. We want them to care about heaven and eternity and being there as much as we care about them being there. And so many of them seems like nowadays they just don't. But you have to remember that white people have been beat down so much. White people of every walk have had to deal with so much different madness in their lives. And they've had so much of their income drained away from them over all these years. And it's, white people are actually, even though white people aren't probably conscious of it on the frontal lobe area level, like on the forefront of our thought process, I think subconsciously a lot more white people nowadays are starting to feel the effects of the forced role reversal, the artificial elevating of the non-whites by stealing all of the white people's money, and giving to all these non-whites. I think a lot of white people are finally starting to feel it. And they, of course, because of their cuckery, they'll push it away. They'll keep it, they'll ignore it. It'll be a little wheel spinning in the back of their mind all the time, but they'll, push it away. They'll try to completely ignore it. But I think it's there, and every day there's more and more white people that little wheel has started spinning. And so, not saying that we're going to have a big awakening anytime soon. I don't necessarily think that's the case. But it does give me hope to know that we're not fighting a hopeless battle, because every day more and more white people, even though it's only a handful here and a handful there, they're waking up. And every one of those people who wake up is another person who will be in our kingdom, in God's kingdom with us in eternity. Another white person who perhaps their whole family might make it and be there with us. And also, this is also to save a lot of them in this mortal life they have, to get enough of them convinced to balkanize while there's still time. Because after all, if they realize all this is true and accept it and repent to God and accept our identity and the whole thing, and then they balkanize somewhere, well, then they're going to have, in the last 3.5 years of the Great Tribulation, they're going to have a better mortal life than the ones who are still in the cities, who get captured right away and spend that 3.5 years under terrible rape and torture. So instead, we will be the ones out in the woods, out in the country, wherever, away from the non-whites, not living under those circumstances, not being their captive sex slaves and all those things. And so some of us may actually be free people all the way to the moment when Christ arrives. There may actually be plenty of white people who do not get captured all the way up to that moment when Christ shows up. And I sure hope that that's all of you and myself. I hope we're in that number. But anyway, I was originally talking about, and somehow I got segued off into this other whole thing here, but I was originally talking about the NASA moon hoax thing. And I was talking about diversity and, of course, how they have the crews all diversified. And I got to say, I'm shocked that they have 2 white men as 2 of the supposed crew members. I'm very surprised by that. I honestly figured they'd have, we of course all knew there would be a token black. That's a given. And then, I figured they would have an Indian because they've been pushing the whole H-1B garbage so much. I figured for sure they'd put some Vivek-looking motherfucker on the crew. And I figured that we would have a Arab of some sort. I figured they were going to put an Arab on the crew also to try to be, force Islam into the whole NASA thing. And of course, I expected a white woman to be a part of the crew. Always has to be one of those. But yeah, it was quite surprising to see that they used 2 white guys, one of them being from Canada, which is odd. I don't know why the hell we'd have a Canadian as a part of our U.S. crew, but whatever. And so that was actually kind of surprising, but the live stream is so funny. I was looking at it the other night, and I was going to record a little bit of it, but I decided, heck with it. Anybody that wants to could probably just go back and view their own video of it later on anytime they want. But basically, they had this one camera shot that was looking, I guess, at the back end of the vessel. And so you're looking at like the nose, not the nose cone, you're looking at the nozzles, right? And the nozzle isn't even mounted square on the machine, right? It's like pointed at a weird down angle or whatever, which is odd because you wouldn't expect any kind of asymmetry in that circumstance. And then also if you sat there and watched the live stream, if you just sat there and stared at it, because there was nothing going on, all you saw was just blackness behind it, and then you're just looking at this nozzle, right? But the nozzle kept getting longer and shorter, longer and shorter. It was like digitally glitching longer and then digitally glitching shorter in length, you know? And you could see it plain as day. It's getting longer, shorter, and it kept doing it for like a whole 30 minutes that I had the live stream on, just observing it. And so I have the live stream of theirs going tonight just to see what's on it, and we might look at that here in a little bit. But when I looked at it earlier to bring it up and have it ready to show tonight, it looked like it was just showing a little tiny, they have it broke up into small little thumbnail size pictures on the main image. And so they just have one little thumbnail size picture in one corner showing like the control room people. And they have another little thumbnail size picture in another corner of the whole total image that I guess is supposed to be looking out the window of the vessel or something. But all you see is blackness. You don't see anything at all. So, and that's typical of what they show. They just, whenever they supposedly are saying, oh, you wanted to see a live stream of us in space, here it is. And they just show you blackness on the screen. And then, the excuse for that is, well, they're in space, so you can't see anything. There's nothing to look. There's nothing in front of you to see there. So, of course, you wanted to see the live stream of space. There it is. But we know that's BS. We know they're not there. And so it's just funny that, and another thing I noticed is, almost every rocket launch, there seems to almost always be someone who posts footage from a commercial flight watching the rocket go up, right? And that totally fools all the ball earthers into being like, look, here's footage from an airplane of it going up. But you'll notice the footage never keeps watching it go and go and go and go all the way up into space. You just watch the rocket curve and start arching when it's still very low in the sky. And then it just starts flying toward the ocean. And that's all you see. And then the footage always ends before it ever goes out of view. So you're just sitting there watching it, and then the footage ends. And it's always that way for every footage from an airplane, from a commercial flight or whatever. Anybody that's in the air in a plane who gets footage of a rocket launch from NASA or SpaceX or any of those, it's always the exact same thing. The footage watches it for a little while as it's already curving and turning horizontal, and then the footage ends before the rocket even continues it has plenty more flight still to go. So, and meanwhile, it's no longer climbing vertical. It's going horizontal, straight over to the ocean. So, I noticed that likewise, this time they had someone on YouTube Shorts or whatever, has posted a video of the rocket supposedly going up. Well, not saying they don't launch the rocket. Of course they launch the rocket. It's just there's no people in them, and they just launch it over to the ocean, 400 miles off the coast. So, so just like all the other footage from all the other flights of all the other rocket launches, this one shows it climbing and curving and arching, and then as it gets horizontal, the footage just quits out of nowhere. The flight doesn't get to a point where you wouldn't be able to see it anymore. It's still got perfect view straight out his window of it and everything else, but the footage just ends. They just cut it, just decided to quit filming it. And why would you? Why would you stop filming it when you could just keep filming it? You've already went through the effort to be filming it all that time. Why would you cut it off there at the point where everybody keeps saying that that's where they just turn horizontal and go over to the ocean? Why will you, with all the truthers who say that and everything, and all the flat earthers who say that, why wouldn't somebody definitely want to, after they've already been filming it the whole way up, want to continue filming it so that they see it go all the way up into the blackness of space, and they can be like, see that little sparkle way up there in the blackness of the sky way the hell up above us? That's them. Instead, never. It never shows it that way. So the footage always just ends as the rocket turns horizontal and heads toward the ocean. So, and you got to remember, there are thousands of people in the air every time a rocket is launched. So every time a rocket has ever launched since camera phones came out, we would have thousands of hours of footage of ISS crews going up into orbit, right in front of this whole airplane full of people filming it, And instead, one video for each rocket launch. One in the whole world. I mean, even just on the plane that each passenger supposedly posted that footage of each rocket launch, there should have been 35, 45 more people on the same plane, on the same side of the plane, filming the same rocket launch, posting it online. So I find it very odd that we only have one person in the whole world, maybe two. I think there was like 2 or 3 rocket launches where they had 2 different people posted footage from an airplane, from a commercial flight or whatever, while one of the launches was occurring. And anyhow, I don't want to LARP on that for too long, but I just wanted to say my piece again to refresh y'all's memory that no one leaves this earth. Our Holy Bible declares that we are enclosed in a solid dome, and that no one leaves here without God's permission. And that's the whole point of NASA, was to convince white people that they had proven our Holy Bible to be completely wrong, not only about the shape of the earth, but the fact that we can't leave it. This is the whole reason why Alex Jones calls his channel Prison Planet, right? Or one of the segments he had for all those decades was called Prison Planet, because he's aware of it. He knows that we are in an enclosed system. We're in a snow globe. If you've ever seen a snow globe, that's what we're in. We're in an enclosed system. No one can escape it. And NASA, the whole point of NASA being created was to first and foremost was to try to figure out a way to escape Earth, to escape the dome, to navigate the dome, map it, and then try to figure out a solution to break through it and escape it. And then the second, the second expectation that the government has of NASA is to dupe white people into being convinced that NASA has proved by going up into the sky and the whole thing that Earth is a ball, not what the Bible says it is, and that there is no dome like the Bible says there is, and all those things. So that's why, NASA was created, was to figure out a way to escape the dome and to convince white people that we're not in a dome. Let me say hello to whoever's chimed in so far tonight. Hello to Hyperborean Dream. Hello, Hyperborean Dream. Happy Sabbath. Happy Passover Sabbath. And God bless you to you. Thank you for chiming in. And he said, wouldn't 0 white guys imply that they didn't want them to make it back alive? Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. If they didn't have any white guys on there, then I get. It's funny because actually, if they didn't want them to make it back, they would make the whole crew white guys. You know what I mean? And they'd want all of them to die, and not make it back. But I find it very odd and surprising even that they did 50% of the crew as white guys. That's it's very surprising. White Power Ranger 1488 is here, and he chimed in very early on and said hello. Hello to you, and God bless you, and happy Passover Sabbath to you. And he said howdy and has love for our white people, and I appreciate your kind visit. Deb of Christ, early noticer, chimed in, said happy Sabbath, happy Passover Sabbath to you as well, dear. God bless you, and I hope you and your family are well. And she said, I pray everyone enjoys this Passover. Grateful to be a part of it. Well, I certainly am as well, and I'm grateful to all of you who know our identity already. And, in the next year, and especially in the next 3.5 years, the amount of white people you will be able to fellowship with as being Israelites will increase, and I would say perhaps even greatly. And, of course, if you don't have any friends in real life who know that white people are Israel yet, then even having 2 or 3 white people in person in real life to fellowship with who know that we are Israel will be a massive increase from what you have now. And then for those of you who have, say, 2 or 3 or 4 people that you know in person who know that white people are Israel, you may end up knowing 10 or 12 or 15 more white people in the next couple of years because of this first year of Jacob's trouble, the great identity reveal. So, I guess we could talk a little bit about the Iran war stuff. I just saw before I started the stream tonight that we've had 2 more vessels downed. Of course, they already had an F-35 or whatever that got downed, and they've been looking for the second pilot of that. They found the pilot, but they're looking for the co-pilot. But then I also saw that there were other aircraft that were downed, a helicopter and something else. And it's not the helicopter from the other day. It's a new one that just happened in the last hour or so. So we've had a new chopper down and a new plane go down in the last hour or two. Not the one where they've already been on a rescue mission for the co-pilot, but another plane, a plane and a helicopter. So that's, another couple $2 billion of our money, plus the people. The people, of course, we don't want any of our service members dead. We don't want any of our white people killed or harmed because of anything the Jews want us to do. So, of course, we're concerned about that. But also, every one of those jets, every one of those helicopters, every one of those tanks they blow up, all this shit they blow up of ours, it's just billions of dollars. Think about the collective millions of hours of white people's labor that the Jews are just over there blowing up. And keep in mind, Jews can just make money out of thin air now. They can just tell people, okay, we just put X amount of numbers in your digital account, so now you have that in your account. Whatever numbers they want, they can just assign the numbers digitally to someone's bank account, and now that company or that corporation or that person has however much of a number they decide to just type into the person's account. They could type 15 billion, 15 trillion, 15 million, 15,000, whatever they want. And keep in mind, since they can do that, that means they don't need 1 red cent of your money ever for anything they ever want to do. Whether it's flood your country with millions of non-whites or build a third temple underground so that white people don't know that they're building it. Or whether it's buy a bunch of land or anything they want in the whole world that costs money, they can just I'm so inclined to say print it out of thin air, but they don't have to print it even. That's like saying filming instead of saying videoing. They don't have to print it anymore even. They just literally can just type numbers on a computer screen and be on that person's account and assign whatever numbers they want to type in to a bank account. And now that bank account has however much money that the Jews decide to assign to it. That's crazy. And that means because they have that ability, that even if there was some moral reason for being able to take your money for necessities or things they want to accomplish, which there is no moral reason for them to ever be able to do so. But even if there was some sort of national duty to give Jews money or something for some wacky reason, they don't need it. They don't need it because they literally can just create the numbers out of thin air, pure fiction, and assign them to any bank account they want. And now that company or that bank account, whatever, has whatever amount of money that they typed in. So it literally, it means they don't ever need anything from you. Not 1 penny. And since that's the case, that means that every dollar they take from you, they're taking from you as a humiliation ritual. And, a lot of white people, they don't really have a problem with that. They go, well, whatever, it pays for, the schools and the roads and stuff. But actually, no, it doesn't. It doesn't. It doesn't pay for any of that stuff. That's what sales tax pays for. When you buy things, you buy a car, you pay for gas every day, you buy your groceries, you buy a new TV, whatever. Sales tax that you pay when you buy things, that's what pays for the schools, pays for the roads. Income tax is just pure theft by Jews, and they put the money in their own pockets, and then they divvy out some of it to blacks and the non-white invaders that they flood into our countries. So it's not something that they need our money to do, is what I'm getting at here. They take your money to slap you in the face. That's the only reason they take your money, is to basically take the piss at you. And so, hopefully by the end of this year, a lot of white people will not only understand who they are and who we are, but actually start making changes in their own lives to affect and effect the circumstances the Jews have over us right now. Certain white people that discover the truth may be wealthier, may have power in their certain area they live in, and may be able to prevent the Jews from further declination of their town, of their county or their province they live in. And that will certainly happen in certain areas as what more and more white men awaken to what's happening and all these things. Certain white men will have the prestige or the power or the say-so or the money in certain areas of our country. to actually put a halt to certain anti-white, tactical operations that are already in place, DEI hiring practices that are already in place in a lot of places, despite the fact that Trump's administration allegedly banned that type of stuff. It's still going on everywhere. They rename it oftentimes. Sometimes they won't rename it. Sometimes they'll just not use the terminology anymore, but they'll continue the process. Other places will just come up with a new, more clever, more modern urban dictionary name for it. And just like how DEI is actually a modern urban dictionary slang version of the term affirmative action. And before affirmative action, it was forced integration. And before that, I'm sure they had a word before that even. So it's just what they'll do is they'll create new terminology for it, and they'll continue the practice anyway. Whatever the circumstances are, though, there will be more white people awaken who have say-so, have prominence, have importance of some sort, meaningful importance of some sort in certain areas of our country. And we may all end up needing to balkanize to one of those particular areas that some white guy ends up saving as they awaken to the truth and have the ability to throw a wrench in the cog of the machine that's working against us in their areas. So basically, even though I'm kind of all over the place tonight, I guess my main point of this message is that, yes, of course, we can still push teaching about Jews and their symbolism and about their history against us and their numerology and their, their little scams and tricks they pull on us and things, their Kalergi plan stuff they do. Of course, we need to continue showing all those things, but really and truly, we need to mostly focus on explaining to white people all year long that they are not Israelites. That's what we really need to stress, because as long as white people still think they're Israelites, it won't matter what you tell white people about Jews. It won't matter if you tell them that Jews eat babies and screw babies and kill people. It won't matter, because if white people still think that Jews are Israelites, they're never going to say anything to them or do anything to them about it. And so we're basically always going to be screwed. White people will not. Another big, huge problem with this, and this is what I've stressed in all my other streams, is until white people understand that we are Israel and that Jews are not, white people will not start keeping Sabbath. And that is our whole problem in the first place. The whole reason our countries are destroyed. I don't mean just America. I mean Canada. I mean the reason Australia is destroyed, the reason New Zealand's being destroyed, the reason that every European country is being destroyed, right along with America, the reason South America was destroyed is all for the same reason. And it's because white people stopped keeping Sabbath. And white people stopped keeping Sabbath because white people think that Jews are the Israelites. White people don't think that they are Israelites, which is crazy because it's our holy Bible. And somehow they've been cucked into, in just 80, 100 years' time, they've been duped into being suckered out of our own identity and allowed it to be handed over to others who openly have written hundreds of books. Probably there are probably hundreds of books where they talk mad crap about white people. I mean, we discover new ones all the time. And in just 100 years' time, They successfully duped white people into believing that they themselves, who talk the most shit about us of any race, no other race, has written so much disdain and vile rhetoric against white people as the Jews have. Now, you could say blacks have up to this point, but that's only because blacks now have access to white people's publishing and all the stuff, ability to make books and all these things, and Jews ghostwrite all that shit for them anyway. So really, even when it's blacks doing anti-white rhetoric nowadays with books and things, it's still a Jew who writes it. So until we get the identity thing squared away, we are going to stay in the conundrum we're in. Now, granted, we're going to get in a worse conundrum in 3.5 years. But for this 3.5 years we're in now, we could actually have a huge rising up of white people. We might even have a nice whole year or so of an all-white country again before the persecution comes. I don't think that's going to happen because they've got to be here in our countries to be able to turn on us for the Great Tribulation. So it looks like we're not going to be able to drive them out of our countries in the next 3.5 years. But if we can get white people to at least rise up and balkanize, that alone will be huge, because that'll make the quality of our lives go up drastically as more and more white people become tribalized with us. That means we will start all having white people in person who are tribalized with us, where we can talk about our concerns and voice, our frustrations with people in person, not just online anymore. And so that's, I guess, my big takeaway of this, was I was getting at was, even though things are going to get worse for us, we are going to finally start being able to hang out with pro-white people in person. And that's because you're going to actually start having real people in person around you who become pro-white, and they're going to start looking for other pro-white people. And so that's another reason why I'm stressing that we all need to get the coat of arms sticker for our family's last name and put it on our vehicles. Get it blank, though. Find the one that's for your last name, and then order that one for your last name, but order it without your name on it. Just order it blank. That way you know it's for your last name, and any other white person who's pro-white who sees the family crest will know that you're pro-white because you have your family crest on your car, but we won't need to have our actual last names on it. You know what I mean? You don't need Williams on there or whatever. So, but that would be a great way for us, so like, say you're a pro-white person, and let's say you don't know any other pro-white person in real life, right? Well, you get your family crest sticker, you put it on your vehicles. You're out and about in town, you're at the gas station or whatever. Some other pro-white person pulls up, has heard my videos, has heard the whole concept of us doing this, sees your sticker on your window, starts a chat with you. Hey, I see your family crest sticker. I like that. And then y'all talk back and forth a minute or two about it. And then next thing you know, he's like, so what made you do the family crest thing on your car? Somebody on YouTube, perhaps? And next thing you know, y'all are both talking about how you're both pro-white. And boom, out of nowhere, now you have a real life, in-person, pro-white person to interact with. And so, I can't say how each scenario is going to go, but that's just kind of the circumstance that can come from having the family crest sticker on our vehicles. And all the while, the Jews and the non-whites will be none the wiser. They'll have no idea When they see that on someone's car, it won't mean anything to them. They won't recognize, they won't pay any attention to it at all. You know what I mean? But for us, we'll all know. We'll all know to be noticing it. Anyway, what else? The Iran war stuff. I started talking about it, and I actually got off of that. So the Iran war thing, of course, we have no idea what they're doing over there. We have no idea how much is actually being blown up and how much isn't. I do hope that Tel Aviv has been taking a lot of hits from Iran. I really hope that's the case. Who knows if that's really true or not, but allegedly they have taken a lot of hits there, and I sure hope that is the case because they freaking totally deserve it. If it was up to me, the whole area, like what's his name that comes here in the chat, Leroy Jones. When Leroy Jones comes here, the only thing he ever types is nuke Israel. And while nukes are a hoax, I agree. I think we should just flatten Israel. It sucks for the Palestinians, but it's the only way to really force the Jews to stop enjoying the areas that they have already commandeered. And I say we should flatten everywhere else they've taken over too, New Jersey and all the other places. South Florida, they've taken over South Florida. I think we should flatten all those areas too, wherever all they've taken over. Basically drive them, destroy all the places they've been enjoying all to themselves. And then by default, drive them out, and the war stuff, they're probably going to stretch it out for, who knows how long. We don't have any idea. There's no way for us to know. I don't even think the Jews have decided how long they're going to stretch it out. So, and the thing is, they're already talking about bombing Turkey and bombing Lebanon or somewhere else, to continue on with their aggression against the neighboring countries. So the conflict is basically on for good now, is what it's looking like to me. To be honest, now that the Jews have convinced Trump to have, our military over there in Iran and all that, it definitely looks like we're over there for good. So, and of course, they've already been telling the troops, like I mentioned in other streams, that this is the Armageddon battle to bring back Jesus. They've been telling the troops. And so, and of course, Jews know that it's really to bring, their Messiah into being, not to bring Jesus back. But they know that cucked Christians don't actually read their Holy Bible, and they haven't actually read Revelation, or they know at minimum that when a cucked Christian does read the Bible, that they, for some stupid frickin' reason, think that they ought to interpret what they read in the Bible instead of just taking it as its direct word, as it reads. And so they know that cucked Christians can easily be duped into believing such nonsense like Armageddon occurs before Christ's arrival, and then that will cause Christ to arrive. None of that's in Revelation. That's completely ass backwards from Revelation's chronology. But, of course, plenty of cucked Christians will believe that because they're not real Christians. They're just Christians in name only. So, I think that they're there for good. I think they'll be there all the way until the Great Tribulation, and then from then on. And so our military is pretty much going to be over there for good now. There will be waves where more and less go over there, so they'll probably send a bunch over there here pretty soon. Maybe in another 6 weeks, another 2-3 months, they'll send a shit ton over there, maybe 30, 40, 50,000. And then, who knows, maybe they'll bring 20, 30,000 back home for a little while to calm the population down and make everybody think that everything's all good. And all the while, they'll just still be funneling 20,000 at a time. As they bring 10 or 20,000 home, they'll send 20,000 other ones out, and they'll alternate them like that, where the people of America, who are star families, as they call them, and all this, the families of soldiers won't feel like that we're at a constant war, right? Because if their dad gets to come home, and be home for a year at a time or 9 months at a time or whatever, well, it's not going to feel like we're always at war. It's going to feel like we were at a little bit of a war, had a little bit of a military operation that Dad had to go do, and then he got to come home for 9 months. He got to come home for a year and a half or whatever. And then he goes back out again, does another military operation for a year. All right, well, that process keeps white people as a whole, as a population, from realizing, hey, wait a minute, we're in like a nonstop, never-ending freaking war. And so that's how I think it's going to go. I think the process they're going to use is keep half the troops home at a time, and they'll send half of them over there to do all the Jews' bidding they want at a time. And that will keep white people from ever realizing that we are at a constant state of war against Lebanon, against Syria, against Kuwait, against Turkey, against Iran, against Iraq. And that we'll stay in this constant state of battle against all those neighboring states on Israel's behalf, to force the issue of the Greater Israel Project to continue on. So that's definitely what I see occurring as far as, military-wise, and as far as being over there and all of that wise. We're over there for good now. We're not going to ever end our conflict over there. The Jews know they only have 7 years left, so it's for the Jews, it's go time now. And that's why I keep stressing, for us as white people, this needs to be go time for us as well. Because whether or not we participate, the Jews are fighting us. The Jews are swinging. The Jews are punching us. They're landing punches on our face. And if we just stand there and keep taking hits to the face and never swing back and never put our hands up and never start blocking punches, then the Jews are just going to beat us down. And it's stupid for us to be that way when we're the superior being on the earth, and they're the lowest being on the earth. Literally, they're lower of a being than all non-whites of the earth that are thoroughbred non-whites, because God didn't create mongrels. Mongrels aren't even on God's hierarchy of existence. So Jews are less than the non-whites, less than every non-white on earth. And so we're letting this creature that doesn't even exist in God's hierarchy at all dominate and totally conquer God's most supreme being that he created on this earth. And it's idiotic and suicidal and stupid in every way that we allow such cuckery to occur, And so it's imperative that white people finally, take our gloves off. The Jews have had their gloves off for years now. And now they've really started swinging. They've had their gloves off for a while, but now they're mask off, gloves off, and they're doing real hard swings now. They're making real hard hits on us. And, we can only allow so many hits before we don't have anything left to swing back with. Our energy will be gone. Our injury levels will be so high that even when we finally start to swing back or try to fight back at all, we're going to have no strength. We're going to have no power. We're going to have no ability. And so this really is the time. We need to be telling white people everywhere that Jews are not Israelites. That's their number one thing. You want to You want to upset a Jew worse than anything else you could possibly say to a white person in front of a Jew? Tell a white person in front of a Jew that Jews are not Israelites. You couldn't say anything worse to piss off a Jew than to say that. Even if you were talking to a Jew and you wanted to say something directly to the Jew themselves to piss them off, the worst thing you could tell them is that Jews are not Israelites. They already know that, but they don't like the fact that you know that, and they certainly won't like the fact that you're willing to say it out loud to them. They don't like being reminded that they're not going to heaven for eternity and not living in the new earth for eternity. They don't like being reminded, especially by a Goyim, especially by an Israelite, that they're imposters, that they're not going to enjoy eternal life with us real Israelites. They don't want to hear that from an Israelite. That's the worst thing they could ever hear, especially from an Israelite. So if you really want to make a difference, you really want to make an impact, you really want to cause waves to be made, tell every white person you know Jews are not Israelites. It really matters. It seems like it's not that consequential, but I promise you it is. Taste the Tap Water Truth today has chimed in and said, best wishes, y'all. Well, happy Passover Sabbath, and God bless you to you. Thank you for your kind visit. I appreciate that. And so, even though I didn't have a plan for tonight, even though I didn't have an agenda for tonight of what to talk about, I just wanted to at least have a stream tonight where we could all fellowship with each other and say hello and happy Sabbath and happy Passover Sabbath to each other. I wanted to remind us all about the fact that Passover is our holiday this time of year, not Easter, but that it's okay that our other cucked white people are still celebrating Easter because the Jews are actively trying to force them not to be. And there is a whole deeper discussion I could have with you all, which I guess I could touch on it real quick, but I could go into a much deeper detail on it on some other day. But one of the things that is going to happen in these 7 years is all of the things that we've been doing wrong are going to be taken away from us. And so Easter is one of those things. We've been doing it wrong. And so God is going to use the Jews to take it away from us. That's why companies are now calling it holidays instead of Easter. Or they're calling Easter eggs celebration eggs. And they're calling Easter bunnies celebration chocolate bunnies and all these things. They're going to take Easter away from white people because Easter is not what white people are supposed to be keeping. So God is going to use the Jews to take it away from us. And we're going to feel like, oh, white people are having all of our things taken away from us, but really we're having all of our pagan things taken away from us. Another thing that's going to happen is white people are going to be forced to start keeping Sabbath instead of Sunday. And I can't say when that's going to occur in the 7 years, but in the next, probably it won't happen until the Great Tribulation. And then once the Great Tribulation comes, Jews will be openly ruling the world. So then, of course, everything will go by their own schedule. And so since they will still be trying to commandeer Sabbath as their own day, Sabbath will be that day that they celebrate every week. And so what that'll be is it'll be God forcing us back to all of our proper things. We're going to be forced to celebrate Passover instead of Easter the last 3.5 years of the Great Tribulation, or the 3.5 years of Great Tribulation, the last 3.5 years before Christ arrives. And we're going to have to keep Passover, not keep Easter. They've already been taking Christmas away from us, right? And so the things that you see happen in when the last 3.5 years come, that will be God basically forcing us to go back to our correct practices. But we will think, all of our people will be cucked into thinking that we're having our own holidays and our own weekly special day taken from us because our white people think that Sunday and Easter are our days, right? Our special days, when really our special days are supposed to be Passover and Sabbath. So white people will resist it. They will fight it. They will be upset about it. But really, it will be God inspired. It will be God ordained. It will even be God blessed, even though it's the Jews who will be imposing it on us against our will. And of course, I'll be keeping Sabbath, even though the Jews are trying to force everyone else to keep Sabbath. I'll be keeping Sabbath, and all of y'all will be keeping Sabbath willingly. And so we won't have that problem from the Jews, and we won't feel that burden from the Jews that all of these Sunday worshiping cucked Christians will feel. But we will feel the other burdens, like, that we've already been feeling, that the cucked Christians don't, like more of our white women and children being destroyed, things like that. So we'll still be dealing with all kinds of stuff, but that won't be one of our torments. We will understand that Sabbath and Passover are our correct days. And so when Jews force all of our people to start keeping those instead of Easter and Sunday, it won't be a burdensome thing for us. What else? I know there's plenty more that I could talk about. Covered Iran. We covered the NASA hoax. Covered Easter thing. Yeah, I guess that's the main three major things I wanted to mention tonight. Was those three things: the NASA moon hoax thing, the Sabbath and Easter thing, and then the or Passover instead of Easter and Sabbath instead of Sunday thing, and then the Iran war thing. So that's pretty much, and I mean, of course, there's been a lot of other things happen. Lots of white people were murdered this week by non-whites. A lot of others were killed, by accident or whatever, non-whites getting in car crashes with them or whatever and killing them that way. There was a white couple, I think it was a couple, who were killed this week by a nigger or two or three who were running from the cops. Forgot what state it was in. But they crashed into a white couple and killed them. Of course, all the niggers lived. And in fact, the niggers are even already out of jail, including the one who was driving who killed them. And they were running from the cops, and even that nigger's already out of jail. The thing is, there are so many white people being killed every week by non-whites now that it's overwhelming to me, and I feel like, I screenshot them. I feel like posting them in community posts and stuff, but it's just, there's so many that by the time I get around to sitting down and thinking about being able to post something on YouTube, well, there have already been 5 other white people killed that we even know about, much less the 20 or 50 or 150 others that we don't know about. And 100 other crazy, stupid things have happened, like between the war and the NASA hoaxes and doing shit to white people in the government and all this crud. That it's information overload. So I just throw my hands up and go heck with it. And yet another day goes by and I don't post anything in the community posts. And so it's not that I'm slowing down because I don't care. It's that I'm just I'm overloaded. You know, there's so much going on. You know, it's like when in the months before this time frame came, there was a lot happening, but it seemed like, you know, crazy events each had their own week, you know, so a crazy event would happen and it would have its own week where everybody for a whole week would be on YouTube talking about it. And then a week later, some other crazy event would happen, and that would cause all of the YouTubers and truthers to go focus on that crazy event for a week. And that went on with every different thing, from prominent murders of our people to high-profile scenarios that happened among our people, to you know, attacks that were popularized on mainstream news against our people. And so now, though, it seems like every single day there's like 15 things, you know what I mean? 5 dead white people, 5 crazy things our government's doing to white people, and 5 crazy things total that happened with the Iran war and the NASA hoax crap. So it's I'm to the point now where I've just, you know, I've already said everything that needs to be said on this channel. The videos I have on this channel say everything that needs to be explained to our white people, especially including the streams. If any new truther, baby truther, newcomer to truthing stumbles onto my channel and finds the live streams, they'll have 1,000,000 hours of all of the real truth being said that needs to be said. So now, you know, my streams are, you know, I'm going to have information in them, but a lot of them are just going to be for encouragement and reminder of what we already know and repeating what we already know, because it needs to be repeated over and over again until Christ arrives. And until all of our people, which will never happen, but until as many of our white people as possible are uncucked and understand who we are and who the Jews are and who the non-whites are. And so since that will never happen in the 7 years till Christ comes, it will once the Great Tribulation happens in 3.5 years, then it's going to happen. But in this next 3.5 years, we're not going to get all white people awakened to the truth. So since that's the case, then for the whole next 3.5 years, we have to just stay going at it. And awakening as many of them and warning as many of them as possible, until the time is up. And, you know, 3.5 years is not a lot of time, y'all. I mean, what if we'd have had 250 more years or something till Christ arrives? Well, that means you still got 30 more years of your life or 50 more years of your life that you need to put forth effort every day, pushing hard as you can for white people. Wake up our white people, as many as possible, as soon as we, as many as possible, as soon as possible. But for us to only have 3.5 years left to have to do it, should be a walk in the park. Should be a piece of cake. And knowing that we only have to do it for 3.5 more years ought to encourage our people to be glad to hop up and do it as much as possible, and do it with a smile. You know, it's not a burden. When you tell people Jews are not Israelites, and when you tell them that white people and only white people are Israel, tell them with a smile. You know, it seems, and the reason I'm saying that is because, you know, when we first tell people truth about Jews not being Israelites and about white people being Israel, it's such a serious subject matter. So much is riding on it, and so much death has occurred from our people because of it, by our people because of it, not by our people, but so much death of our people have occurred because of it, and all of this stuff, that it's a very serious subject matter. So when one of us tell a white person for the first time that Jews are not Israelites and that only white people are Israel, it's very, very common. I would say we even default to having a straight face, right? A very serious look on our face, which can be mistaken as a bad look, all right? People, when they don't see you smiling and you have a serious look on your face, people mistake that as a bad look. And their body, even if they don't consciously think that you're giving a bad look to them, on the subconscious level, their body will respond as though they're being given a bad look. And so when you go telling them this good news, it's good news. It's the truth, and it's good news for us. It's not bad. It's not something that needs to be told with a straight face, even though the subject matter is serious. Because the news is good, it should be told with a smile. And so and it's very difficult for us to talk about such serious subject matter with a smile. But that is how you need to teach yourself to be able to do it. Practice by yourself, you know, saying that Jews are not Israelites, saying that only white people are Israel, with a smile on your face. If you have to look in the mirror while you say it or whatever, however you got to do it to practice, where it becomes natural, where your face muscle memory is naturalized, is trained, if you will, to feel natural and normal and comfortable when you speak those words with a smile. And that's so important, because when you give the good news to people with a smile, it will be accepted by them as good news. But if you tell white people with a straight face, they will subconsciously take the information in as negative information, as bad, as serious and bad, like the look on your face that your body subconsciously took in. So it's very important that you train yourself to smile when you tell the good news to people. And that way, when you do say the good news to people, you actually will have a smile on your face, hopefully. Go out of your way to make sure you do, until it becomes natural. And then from then on, it'll be natural. But until it's natural, make sure you go out of your way to make sure that you consciously smile. Tell yourself, don't forget to smile while you're telling someone the information. And that will help the good news. That will help the gospel. That's what it is. Spread much easier. Taste the Tap Water Truth Today said, I've shared this channel with several trustworthy friends, and I talk to my friends about sticking together like the other races do, just to look out for each other. Well, I appreciate you doing so. Not only recommending this channel, but teaching white people to tribe up. That is exactly what our job is to teach our people that they need to tribe up like all the non-whites do. So thank you very much for that. White Power Ranger 1488 said, and unless those days were shortened, no flesh would be saved, but for the elect's sake, those days will be shortened. Yes, that is And I discussed that with you all on a stream not that long ago, just a stream or 2 or 3 ago. I discussed with you all that particular passage where it mentions that for our sake. And this is how you know that white people are the elect. Remember in other streams I was talking about how in Revelation Christ said that God will cause a strong delusion to come over the population of the world, and that it will deceive even the very elect. That means even the pro-white white people. Because very elect means pro-white white people, awakened, fully uncucked white people. But the elect means white people. And I was explaining in that stream that a lot of white people read that and they think it means the government, politicians. Because after all, they see the word elect and they think, oh, we elect politicians. So that's what the Bible must be talking about here, is that even politicians will be fooled. But no, that's not what it means. Anytime the Bible talks about the elect, it's talking about white people. We are the elect. We are the Adamites. We are mankind. And so when the strong delusion God creates that is spoke about in Revolution fools even the very elect, that means it will fool even some uncucked pro-white people. And that the fact that it will fool the elect at all means that it will fool white people in general as a whole. And in this case, where you read this passage, where he says that he will shorten the days of the great tribulation for the elect's sake. Why would he be doing that for the corrupt, crooked, satanic politician's sake? He wouldn't be. So that shows you right there that I'm correct, that the elect means white people. He would be shortening the days for white people's sake. We'll be the only ones under persecution. We'll be the only ones under a great tribulation, the great tribulation. For God and Christ to be suffering, having to watch, and feel so bad for us that they decide to shorten the days, to shorten their 6,000-year trial by a few days, literally, or weeks or months, literally, because they're just so overwhelmed and sick of watching the ruin and destruction of our people. So, thank you for that. Great passage. JV 14488 is here. Hello, God bless you, and happy Passover Sabbath to you. And he said, greetings to all this Sabbath. Glad you're all, I'm having to move it. Glad you're all here. Well, thank you very much for your kind visit and for chiming in at all. I appreciate that, and I'm sure everyone else does as well. And like I said, happy Passover Sabbath to you. God bless you. And yeah, so those are the critical things. I think I've covered most of the critical things I wanted to say tonight. And, you know, I don't need to make it a big old monster one. I won't cut it off super early. We'll go for a little while here. But I'll see if you folks have anything y'all want to say topic-wise in the stream. So any of you who have something you want me to discuss with you all, by all means, please put it in the chat, and we will discuss it. And until or unless someone does, I will just rant on. I'll go ahead and waffle on with just some other things. But yeah, I have covered most of the things already tonight that I wanted to cover. Trying to think of some other prominent things that happened this week. Pam Bondi got booted. So, of course, Pam Bondi is not going to actually get fired. She's just going to get moved to somewhere else, just like Kristi Noem and whatever. But what this is going to do, by moving her, it's going to make all the Trump worshipers say, finally, Trump got rid of her, moved her somewhere else, da-da-da. But meanwhile, the Trump worshipers, and they wouldn't care even if you pointed all this out to them, but meanwhile, they don't realize that the guy that he's replacing her with is actually worse than Pam Bondi is. He looks out for Trump even more so. He was Trump's attorney during one of the sex scandal cases against Trump. He did some other thing where he blocked an investigation into the Epstein files already. So this dude is like already worse than Bondi in every way. But the Trump conservatives don't care because they don't believe there's anything wrong. They think that everything Trump does is just dandy. So they don't even care. So as far as they're concerned, they're like, well, as far as we care, Trump got rid of Bondi, and that's what we wanted to see, because they've already put all the blame about the Epstein files and the whole debacle of it and everything else. They've put all that blame squarely on Bondi and Cash and Bongino, but mostly on Bondi because of all her big talk she had back in the day, that it's all on her desk and, all the things, all her gaffes that she had. So that is going to make the Trump conservatives kick their feet up again and go, all right, our guy finally did something we wanted him to do. He got rid of Bondi. Really, he's just going to move Bondi to another department, and he's even already said so. He's not firing her. He's already publicly announced that he's just moving her to somewhere else. And so, but to the Trump conservatives, though, they don't care. They just, to them, they see that she's being bumped out of the attorney general spot like they wanted her to be bumped out of. So to them, it's a victory. And so they're going to think that, Trump's, they're basically, the idiots are going to tell themselves, yep, all right, got rid of Pam Bondi. That's what I voted for. They'll tell themselves, this is what I voted for. Fucking idiots, man. Good grief. So, that has happened. And then, of course, Tulsi Gabbard's probably on the chopping block next. I think by the time it's all said and done, Steve Miller will be the last one standing, and that's because he's a Jew who's all about creating new laws and imposing every law. If Steve Miller was president, we would be in deep shit, man. He would have this place in martial law immediately. And everybody would be bowing to the Jews overnight. Boy, he would not play any games. So I think he's not going anywhere. I think he will be in the administration all the way till the end of it. But the women, I think, are all going to go because they all have, they still have womanhood inside them. You know what I mean? There's still a part of them inside them that knows that being involved with all of that and not saying anything and trying to keep covering it up and everything else is wrong. And there is something that God installed, that he instilled in our women, where it's conscience is what it is. It's conscience, conscience. Yeah, conscience. I said it right. He installed a conscience in them that is a little different than a guy's. They sometimes certain, doesn't apply to every woman. I don't think every woman's given this, but on the whole, I would say the bulk populace of our women, God installs this conscience in them, this other additional piece of conscience in them that men, he doesn't necessarily give, and it burdens them to carry a lie. Now, there are some women who don't have this at all, right? That they're just cold-blooded. They can they're habitual liars. They can make up lies after lie after lie all day long. I've dated some. I've known some. I know some of you have known some and dated some yourselves. So there are plenty of women that just God completely missed that whole thing with. He didn't install it in them. But there are a whole portion of our women who hate carrying a lie, and they will end up confessing it, you know? And so I think I forgot where I was going with that. I do remember now. I think that will cause the women who are working for the Trump administration to one after another either resign or not perform something that Trump wants them to do, like not cover up. They'll refuse to cover up something Trump demands that they cover up, or they'll go ahead and pretend that they are trying to cover it up to satisfy Trump's request, but they'll purposely not do a good job of it that way. And who knows, maybe, Pam Bondi could have been playing that game. She could have actually done a crappy performance, during the hearings and all that, in order to cause herself to look bad. I know that's not the case because she has a prior history of protecting Trump. But, in a parallel universe, she could have been performing poorly on purpose, but acting like she was trying to do a good job so that she keeps to keep her job and keeps her boss fooled into thinking she's trying to do a good job, all while she's causing lots more eyes to look at him because of her poor performance at the hearings and everything. And so, in the future, other women who are in the administration who have already covered up something for him and are still keeping it under wraps, or who will be asked to cover up something in the future, they will refuse, and so they will resign. And we will be told all types of different things. Like, for example, Pam Bondi, all the Trump conservatives think that Pam Bondi is being moved to another department because she told Eric Swalwell gave him a heads up about an investigation that was coming up, right? Well, that's not why at all. He's just moving her because she performed the job she needed to perform. She took all the heat from Trump. So all the Trump conservatives, they, were duped into, basically burning her at the stake. And so she served that function. She served that role. Now the Epstein files have been out for a while. Now the government is ready to move on, and they expect the population to move on with them. And this is where us online truthers, the influencers online, this is where we end up being the wrench in their cogs of their machine. Because if it wasn't for us, their same MO of moving along would work. But because of folks like Ian Carroll and Whitney Webb and all of you folks and myself and others who won't stop bringing up the Epstein files from now on, and who won't stop looking into and reading through and trying to demand the rest of the Epstein files from now on, they're pretty much in a kind of a thing now where they can't force the population to just forget about something anymore. Okay, that's how it used to be. They used to, before the internet and before truthing community became so huge and so powerful like it is nowadays, they used to be able to just create a new catastrophe, create a new crazy scenario, create a new whatever, And then after a week of hoo-ha about whatever and taking some heat and whatever from whatever crap the government got busted doing, they take a bunch of heat for a week from the population, and then boom, they create a new controversy, a new crazy event happen, a new whatever, and it takes all the focus of the population off of whatever the thing was to the new thing. And so that's what they plan on doing with the Epstein files. They plan on just moving on. But thankfully, because of all the truthing community, all of us online who will refuse to let it go, it will stay a topic. They will have to be forced to keep addressing it, because we will keep mentioning it online so much that they will feel compelled to continue countering us. All right. So the more we, keep posting demurrers against them everywhere, the more they will try to traverse our things, the more we will have, the more activity we will cause online, which will cause more and more normies to see the activity, see the conversations, and then that will cause them to click on some of those videos, see that there is this actual war against white people that has been in their face all along. They'll discover it by clicking on any one of those particular random videos that are a whites versus Jews, whites versus non-whites in debate. Thankfully, people like Gypsy Crusader and Jake Shields, and there's another couple of white guys that go by a channel name called Frojax. They debate blacks a lot. I don't think they do all that great of a job. They actually don't do a great job of debating, to be honest. They actually just kind of let the blacks spew all their nonsense they want, and they don't really have great arguments back, really hardly ever, of any of the times I've watched them. But the fact that they're allowing the blacks on a platform and they reach thousands of views of people, and it allows the blacks, it gives the blacks a place to talk shit to us white people and talk shit about us. And all their viewers who are white are going to get to see that this is how blacks really think about white people. And so hopefully their channel will help uncuck a lot of white people, even though they don't defeat the blacks in debates on their channel, on their videos. They probably think they do defeat the blacks in their debates with them, but they don't really debate them. They just kind of let the blacks rant, and then they just say, okay, and then the video is over. But but I still say it's effective and helps, because it exposes the normies, the cucked white people of ours still, to the reality that the non-whites, particularly and especially blacks and Jews, want us dead. Sam Hyde has been hugely helpful in the last 365 days, but especially in the last few years, but particularly in the last 1 year. He had that banger freaking video, whatever it was, 4 or 5 months back, 6 months back, where he addressed, I forget who he addressed, but where he was by himself and he just kind of had that sit down talk or whatever, that went like really mega viral. He once, from that video on, and even before that video, he had already put out a ton of videos that were really helpful for our people. But ever since that video, he's been much more pro-white, much more exposed the Jews. I was going to say the J's, and then I was going to say Jews, so I said Jews. He's been extremely helpful this year. Jake Shields has been so helpful. And then all of the YouTubers who aren't pro-white, but who helped with the Epstein files, they're all hugely helpful because that helps expose the Jews. And so I'm very grateful for all of them and all the help they've done. And because we are not going to allow the government to force the population to forget about the Epstein files, it will force more and more, it will cause, I should say, more and more normie white people to discover about the Jews, about their identity, and about our identity because of them calling us Goyim all in the files all over the place. You know, to a normie, to a cucked white person, when they first hear about the fact that Jews have a word for all of us non-Jews called Goyim or Goy, when they first hear about it, it doesn't mean anything to them. And then when somebody comes along and explains to them, well, it means nations. It just means non-Jews, but it means nations. But it takes another white person who's pro-white to come along and go, yes, it does mean all that, but it actually is a derogatory term. It's not just that it means non-Jews. It's not just that it means nations that aren't Jews. It means the cattle, the worthless creatures of the world that aren't Jews is what it means. And really, and I've mentioned this in so many streams before, but I have to mention it in every one of them. Really, it's the Jews are taking our identity and commandeering it. So our Holy Bible, everything the Jews say about us is really what our Holy Bible says about everyone else. So the non-whites really are beasts. You know, they're not a part of Adam and Eve's descendants. They're not a part of mankind. Jews and all other mongrels like mulattoes and all other shit are worthless mongrels that God plans on eliminating when Christ arrives. What else? You know, all the things. All the primary critical facts. These channels, these YouTube channels who are going through the Epstein files are going to, because the Jews called us Goyim all in those files, are going to expose a lot more of our cucked white people to who the Jews are and who we are. And so God bless all of them. I hope all of them stay at it like crazy. Hopefully we'll get even more Epstein files come out eventually. That would be great. I really hope that happens. Really thought they were going to come out with them on the 1st the other day. I really expected that to be the case, but it didn't happen. So I guess they have another date in mind. But what else? And of course they did the moon mission launch on April 1st, on April Fool's Day. So there's that. Another little duping delight slap in the face to white people without them even knowing it. It's a joke going right over their heads. Let's see. Let me hop in here in the chat real quick. JV14488 said King Charles giving address to all the Muslims this weekend and ignoring Christ. England has fallen. Not surprised. Yeah, that's so crazy about King Charles. Who can even explain that? I mean, that has got to be the most inexplicable situation basically on earth right now. How could... I mean, the thing is, he's already royalty, right? He's already the king of an entire empire, an entire, world empire, an entire nation. He's, retarded rich. There's nothing that he couldn't have, right? Money-wise. There's nothing that money would restrict him, or lack of money would restrict him from ever having. He can have yachts, palaces, mansions, women, babies, whatever he wants. So, what could Islam possibly what could possibly appeal to this guy who lives in the first world, and he's a king of a first world empire, king of white people, a white people empire. It's so bizarre that he is that he's become one of these like those weird redhead white people that become Muslim, that nobody can explain why they do or whatever, and the only thing we end up deducing is, oh, it's because they're redheads. They hate their life or whatever, so they freaking, I guess, decided they would just become a Muslim. It's almost like that's the scenario he has, where he's just, I don't know. How do you explain it? The dude is literally a king of England, and he's like cucked himself to these third world towel heads. I don't fucking get it. I don't understand it. Not one iota. Like, what could they possibly offer him? Not women. White women are way hotter than any fucking sand digger women. And then, what would they offer? They don't need to offer him money. He has all the money he could ever use. They don't need to offer him land. He has control of more land than probably any white guy on earth. They can't offer him a palace or a vehicle. He could have it himself on his own. So I don't understand. Even the Jews, let's say the Jews demanded of him to become pro-Muslim and be a Muslim and all this stuff. What would the Jews use other than, or will kill you, to make him be that way, right? Like to entice him or give him incentive to want to be that way. It just makes no sense. That one is the most confusing of practically all of them. I understand, it's one thing to explain Starmer. Keir Starmer, he's a politician. He's, getting paid by the Jews to accept the Muslim invasion and the Somali invasion and whatever Negroid invasion they have going on there from Africa. So I can understand it when I see Keir Starmer surrounded by Muslims being freaking uncomfortable while they're doing all their weird Muslim and Indian shit in front of them. I can totally understand it from Keir Starmer because he's a politician. He's a typical, we say that politicians are white collar, but compared to a king of England, he's still a worker ant, But when it comes to, we're talking about King Charles, it's like, wow, what could you possibly ever use to entice the King of England to bow and cuck to Sharia? I really, really don't. I don't get it. I mean, he already can do everything that Sharia would allow that, say, a King of England couldn't do. I mean, there's pretty much nothing the King of England can't do. So, there's certainly not really anything in Sharia that he wouldn't be able to do also. You know what I mean? Or that he wouldn't be able to do anyway as a king that Sharia would allow for. Now, granted, I know they have official rules and official laws that the royalty, like kings or queens must follow. But, on the whole, all in all, kings have gotten away with some really terrible shit over the last, couple thousand years. So, even today, and granted today, kings wouldn't get away with the same kind of stuff they got away with, say, even 200 years ago. But, I still say that it just makes no sense. There's no there's just no incentive. He has no incentive to sell himself down the river and his people down the river and his empire down the river. It just makes no effing sense at all. I mean, think about even this. Like, even if let's say, like, somebody could say, well, the reason is obvious, dude. It's because Epstein's, they've got all these Epstein videos of the royal, like him and all these other politicians and stuff banging kids and stuff like that. Well, here's the thing is, they could actually come out with all of that. Like, it could be a full-blown mega publicized scandal, and the media has it on every freaking station every day for months and months. Could be as big as the OJ trial, was. And at the end of the day, he won't go to prison. He won't get in any trouble. He won't lose any of his stuff. And he would still be the king. He would still get away with it. And some people would say, no, he wouldn't. They would strip him of his title and da-da-da. But nah, when you're a king can literally say, no one's allowed to strip me of shit. You know what I mean? That's what a king is. A true king, nobody can touch. A true king is sovereign. So now, like when you saw with Prince, what's-his-face, having his stuff taken away from him, Prince Andrew, that's because he's a prince. He's not a king. So he can have all his stuff stripped from him, have his titles taken, have his honors taken away. That can all happen because he's not a king. He might be royalty, but he's not a king. King Charles, on the other hand, is a king. And so, since he's a king, he literally cannot be punished, or I guess for lack of a better word, for anything he does. If it came out tomorrow, if the Jews put out videos tomorrow that he, of him banging babies, right? The shit would not matter. It would matter for a few weeks, a few months. He would be shamed, by a lot of his constituents and all the stuff. But at the end of the day, it wouldn't matter overall. You know what I mean? He would still be able to live out his life and do all his things, and it wouldn't be a net loss for him. And certainly, the rest of his life overall would not become a net loss because of it. So my point of saying all that was, so I don't even think they could bribe him by blackmail, right? I don't even think they could blackmail him with framing him with any of that or whatever, because it wouldn't matter. He wouldn't have to care. He's a effing king. He can bang kids. He can bang babies. I'm not saying it's okay that he does. I'm saying because he's a king, nobody can say shit. Nobody can do anything to him. So it doesn't matter if he did any of that shit. Doesn't matter if he eats people on video or whatever. Who's going to say anything? He's king. So knowing all of that, it's just mind-boggling to me. It's absolutely baffling to me in every way, shape, and form. How this dude has been cucked by Sharia. I don't understand it, not even a little bit. And what's funny is he doesn't even allow Sharia to happen to any of the non-whites, right? So like he, hangs out with the muzzies, dresses up in their garb, does their little bullshit with them, right, to entertain their stuff, and acts like he's cool with Sharia law being imposed in Greater England, whatever, Great Britain or England in general, the UK perhaps, all over it. But not when it comes to any black who steals from the stores or attacks women. Remember, in Sharia, if some nog were to attack a Muslim female, right? I mean, some black that's like an American black or just your random typical African black that's not a Muslim were to attack a Muslim female, they would freaking chop that dude's junk. You know what I mean? They'll probably kill her too, though, but they would chop his junk, and perhaps just kill him. And if he was caught stealing, they'd chop his hand off, right? So, but I do have a feeling that they'll happily use Sharia against white people. So if a starving white guy went into a store and stole something to drink, I'll bet you they'll happily cut his hand off. I bet Keir Starmer or King Charles would have no problem with the white man having his hand cut off for stealing a drink so that he could quench his thirst. But when it comes to a blacks, storming into a place and destroying the place and stealing all their products just for their own amusement, whether it's TVs or tennis shoes or candy and cigarettes, I have a strong suspicion that Sharia will never be used against any of the non-white, non-Muslims. Let's see here. White Power Ranger 1488 said, I was just referencing that passage because many of us feel like time speeding up. Hold on a second. I'm holding the device in a weird angle. I got to pick it up if I can read it. He put, I was just referencing that passage because many of us feel like time speeding up and us not being able to keep up with all the different bad news we hear about 50 times a day. Yes, well, and I never finished talking about that earlier. So the shortening of days, what it could mean is it could mean that Christ, even though he's scheduled to arrive in the fall of 2033, he may actually come early in 2033, like in April, like April 1st, perhaps, or sometime right around Passover, April. And that would be appropriate because, after all, that would have been when he gave his sacrifice, the same time frame. So it makes more sense that they would shorten it to, instead of it being all the way in the fall when he comes, to shortening the days to when his sacrifice was, and then show up at that time. So I would guess that he's probably going to show up during Passover time of 2033. And then White Power Ranger 1488 also said, Sultan Charles of Englandistan. Yeah, Englandistan. Yeah, it's totally true. I mean, I have no explanation for it other than it's just biblical, I mean, it's because as far as the mechanics of here on earth, though, how they convinced him to be that way, I just can't. How could you convince a guy who has literally everything to take off his suit and tie and put on this third world garb and walk around in sandals with the barefooters? I don't know. I don't know what the deal is with that at all. And who knows? It could be as simple as they just told him, look, the Jews may have told him, look, you either do this and be all about it, gung-ho about the being Muslim and all that, or we kill you, It could just be as simple as that, but he seems so enthusiastic about it. And so does Keir Starmer. I mean, he always has kind of a cruddy look on his face, but he still seems fairly enthused about allowing the invasion and being around the invaders and stuff. He doesn't seem to mind it a whole lot. So, and I realize his motivation is a little different because his is Jewish money. Whereas Prince Charles or King Charles, he has so much of everything. I mean, there's literally nothing the Jews could do to offer him something that he couldn't already have. So really, it's for King Charles, it's got to be that he just has to go along with whatever they tell him to do, or they kill him. I mean, that's pretty much got to be what that's all about. Because I honestly can't think of anything that you could offer him that he can't already have. You know, that only Jews or only Muslims could offer him. Therefore, he would have to go Sharia. I can't think of a single thing. There's nothing. He literally could have anything in the world he wants. So, and does. He actually already does have most everything in the world. Excuse me, got the hiccups there. Excuse me. He already does have everything in the world, you know? So it's like, what do you offer a guy that already has everything in the world? All the money, all the property, anything he wants. So I imagine it's just that they tell him, hey, you got to be pro-Muzzy or we kill you. So that's where I'm at with that. But it is crazy. It's hard to watch. I can't even watch it. I saw a couple of thumbnails of it, and I was just like, oh, I can't click on that and watch it. I just can't make myself listen to it. I'm to the point now where I can't listen to Trump talk or any of these politicians talk. I can't listen to anybody who's a politician or a pro-politics pundit or any of that. I can't even listen to any of them anymore. I'm so burned out on all their bullshit and all their theater talk. Knowing that it's all bullshit, knowing that they know they're full of shit and everything. I'm sick of listening to all of them. So I can't even click on stuff like that anymore. I have to go by the highlights and headlines people, and other reports people make about the stuff, just so I don't have to listen to it myself. Mark Dice had a good video the other day, not to change subjects out of nowhere, but it just dawned on me. He had a real decent one the other day about white people. So Godspeed to him. God bless him for still putting out pro-white people content. I appreciate you, Mark. He actually put out 2 or 3 where he was stressing, information that white people need to know, trying to wake up normies. So Mark Dice is actually going to be one of our most prominent players to wake up normies, because he has one of the largest channels of Trump conservative normies. You know what I mean? So he has one of the largest followings of them. So he's going to be hugely influential and instrumental in waking up a lot of our white people, particularly the Trump conservatives of our white people. And those are the ones we need to wake up anyway, because those are the ones that are supposed to be on our side. So, what else? Gosh, so much has went on. I'm just like, I'm like overwhelmed, I'm overloaded. I know all of you all are too. I mean, there's just so much that goes on every day. That to report on it all, I'd have to stay online the whole day and just be reporting nonstop, live streaming all day, and just never turn the stream off, and just report thing after thing after thing as they come in real time. And that's kind of why, and that is why I haven't been doing community posts on all these different things that go on, because first of all, you can only post 5 times a day. So I would max that out before lunchtime. And secondly, I'm busy. I'm having to work during the day. I've got stuff going on, so I can't just sit down and be online. And third, I wouldn't, like I said, from the first thing I mentioned, I'd be out of post amounts by lunchtime, and there would be 10 more things that happened by the end of the day that were more important than those first 5 things that I posted about. So, it's almost like now you got to pick your poisons. Which thing do you want to post about? Because, there'll be 10 terrible things happening about to white people or against white people or whatever. And so you can only post about 1 or 2 in a video, so you got to think, okay, what am I going to pick? Am I going to pick the Iran war? Am I going to pick the stuff that they do against white people in the government? Am I going to pick that they're jailing white people for things that are simple crimes while they let it go all the blacks? Do I focus on, which subject do I pick? So, yeah, it's information overload, and so that's why I've just been screenshotting things as I see them happen, and that way I've got another slideshow to build here real soon. I've probably already got 400 or 500 on this new slideshow that I haven't even edited. But this one running tonight has over 1,500 on it, and these are all fresh. These are all in the last couple of weeks, So, yeah, I'll have another fresh 400 or 500 new ones on another slideshow coming up soon. And and the other thing is, because I know that we're in the first year of Jacob's trouble now, I'm actually going to throttle back on worrying about posting every little incident that I can post about, because the incidents are going to get more and more. It's going to get to where there's 150 bad things happening per day that YouTubers are going to. It's literally going to be so bad that YouTubers are going to have to decide what to pick to do videos on every day, because it's either they're going to have to make 25 videos each day, or they're going to have to pick through, okay, which 2 or 3 videos I'm going to make today, which of these 2 or 3 terrible things of the 25 or 100 things happened today do I want to make a video about? And the thing is, the next day, if they want to make a video about something that happened the day before, well, there's going to be 100 new things that happened since then that he's going to want to post about instead. So the things that happened the day before are just going to get forgotten about and never get posted about. And because of that phenomenon, I've just said, heck with it. I'm not even going to bother posting incidents all that often now, because there are so many that it's just, posting one is almost like a distraction from all the others. So now I'm going to focus just mostly on Jews are not Israelites. I'm going to go back to my roots, back to the channel's original roots. Jews are not Israelites. White people are Israel. Non-whites are the beasts that the Jews use against us. And all of this prophecy is coming true. Christ's arrival being 2033. I will preach that all the way until we're in the Great Tribulation 3.5 years from now, at which time I won't be able to preach it anymore, and there will be no point in preaching it anymore, because all white people will know at that point. So, I mean, basically for the next 3.5 years, I'm just going to mostly focus on Jews are not Israelites, and that only white people are Israel. And I'm going to focus on explaining to our white people that they need to balkanize out in the country with white people away from the cities. And I'll explain, I'll continue explaining the details of how they should do that, how they should do research in advance to make sure there are no new apartment complexes or new neighborhoods being built anywhere anytime soon where they're going to move to, so that they don't end up having a bunch of brand new blacks brought out there right after they went through all the hell to move out there. I will continue to stress that only white people are Israel. The basics, y'all. That's basically what we need to stick with, the basics. Because focusing on every little incident that happens to white people and trying to teach people more and more about the Jews is really going to just keep them distracted from learning the basics, which we need them to understand lickety-split right away, so that they will start keeping Sabbath, so that they won't resist Sabbath when the, quote, Noahide laws come along. Sabbath will be one of those. And so they won't resist that when that comes along. And really, hopefully, they'll already be keeping Sabbath before that. So that we can get our people to start keeping Passover instead of acknowledging it as Easter. Just all the things so that we can cause all of the cards to lay as they need to for God's prophecy to play out as it will. And God's prophecy will occur no matter what. But it would be better if, and we will be honored much higher in eternity if we are the ones who cause prophecy to occur, not the Jews. All right, so if we are the ones who cause the Jews' identity to be revealed, and we are the ones who cause white people's identity to be revealed, and we are the ones who cause the exposure of the war of the Jews against white people as being Israel, if we are the ones who are the purveyors of all that, we will be honored higher in heaven. We will be called greater in heaven than we will be if we do none of that, and the Jews end up having to do it all themselves, reveal themselves as the villains, reveal us as being by default the good guys, reveal themselves as having a war against us. If we allow them to cause all the prophecy, then it takes all the glory away from what God had intended for us and our part of our own destiny. God's giving us this opportunity to have a part in writing our own destiny in his prophecy that's already written. He's giving us the opportunity to be the purveyors of the prophecy. But if we don't do it, then he will allow the Jews to go ahead and reveal everything and do all the prophecy themselves as the villains. I say we would do God a much better service by being the purveyors of his prophecy ourselves. So I hope that everyone agrees with that and does their best to be the purveyors of God's prophecy. Think about the cucked Christians. They try to be the purveyors of God's prophecy by donating to the Jews for the third temple's construction. They think that that's them being a purveyor of God's prophecy. Granted, they're wrong. They're doing the wrong thing to do so. But they are still actually being a purveyor of God's prophecy by doing that anyway, to be honest. But, they're just doing it for they're doing it for the right reason, but they're doing the wrong thing. You know what I mean? Donating to the wrong people, donating to the wrong cause, but for the right reason. And that reminds me of a saying that I heard just today here on YouTube, or maybe it was yesterday. It might have been last night. And I can't remember it right off the top of my head, but it reminded me of it by me just saying that a moment ago. It triggered the memory of it. It was a popular saying where the popular saying is the road to hell is paved with good intentions. But the saying that I heard this person say was a revised version of that, where it was the road to hell is paved with, and it was something about Jews, either Jewish lies or Jewish fables or Jewish arguments or something. And I thought, yes, that's a really good revision of that, because the road to hell isn't always paved with good intentions. You know what I mean? A lot of the intentions are not good. Sometimes good intentions do lead you to hell, but not all roads to hell are paved with good intentions. And so I liked that revised version that actually put the blame squarely where it belonged, on the Jews. yeah, I'm going to stay focused mostly just on the basics and stick with that. And, lots of other channels make their money off of doing multiple videos per day, posting all of the news, right? But I'm just not going to bother with news all that often. If it's big, prominent news, sure, I'll go ahead. If it's something that really ought to be posted, yeah, I'll go ahead and post it. Or if I'm feeling froggy randomly or whatever, I'll go ahead and post something. But for the most part, I'm not going to do community posts as often because, like I said, all the basics have been said, and the basics are what I'll be covering on streams most of the time. If I do start making videos again, I will cover actual subjects that matter and all of that. But for the meantime, I'm going to just do my streams for encouragement and fellowship, and to just throw my take on whatever's happened for the week, whatever. But I'm going to basically keep it limited to that. I'm not going to worry about trying to stay up with the news, try to stay up with every little incident that happens against white people. Of course, I will still post a murder of white people or a murder of a white person now and then. But, and I am still taking screenshots of all the news that happens so that I will have them in the slideshows. So I'm not disregarding the news. I'm still taking screenshots of all the news. But, and I will have those in slideshows. But I'm just not going to focus doing community posts about them or videos about any of the news incidents that occur, because it would just be me bloating up my channel with more and more videos that don't need to be on it. Of course, someone could argue that sure they are. The more videos you have on your channel, the better. But the videos that I want people to see are the videos that I've already posted on the channel. And if I pile on more and more current videos of current news on top of them, it makes the already very old videos become buried in multiple pages back where they won't ever be looked at. Whereas right now I only have several pages of videos, and even though they're old, they're the only videos available when you click on videos on my channel. So they are all readily available on the first several pages. And that's the information I want people to be able to see. And so that's kind of another reason I've been doing only the streams, because they don't show up in the videos stack. You know what I mean? If someone clicks on my channel and then they click on videos, it doesn't show this monstrous list of live streams. It shows my actual videos that I've made. And that's what I want them to see. Now, the live streams, of course, I want them to see those as well. But the info is concentrated by subject matter of each subject at a time in those videos, which is, of course, why I would prefer that the newbies see those videos first. Then, once they've seen those videos of the individual subject matters being spoke about in detail, they will understand the big picture of what's going on. Then the live streams, if they ever discover my live streams, everything I talk about in my streams will already make perfect sense to them, you see. So there is a method to my madness and to my sloth and whatever. It seems like I'm not all that active. It seems like I'm not all that involved and whatever. But I am. It's just I do it in a certain way. And it works for me. It wouldn't work for others. It wouldn't satisfy others. Other people would want their channel to grow and get bigger and bigger, and they would want more and more subs every month, and they would want more and more view count every day. And my channel is not designed. I didn't do this channel for that. I did this channel for quality of people. I did this channel for quality of substance of info. I want the videos to be substantive and not a waste of people's time. So I don't want a lot of fluff on the channel, and news becomes fluff. You would think it isn't, because in most of our minds, we think of every example of news, of every example of incidents that happen against our people as proof for the future to our children and grandchildren and others of why we live the way we live in the future, segregated from the non-whites. We don't allow any help to the non-whites to go to them or any of that stuff. Why all that's the case, we have all these examples that we can show them. And so because we know that each piece of news, each new incident that happens is another example, we are tempted to want to make a video about it to add to our, hundreds of videos on our channel to show as the examples in the future. But this channel will not be for showing examples in the future. This channel is for people right now to become uncucked. And so that's what this channel's focus is. This channel is not worried about explaining to our children and grandchildren of the future why we live the way we live. We have millions of other YouTube channels with all the other millions of because they wanted to make money on YouTube and shekel on YouTube. They were posting 3 and 4 and 5 videos a day of all of those news incidents, of all those examples of incidents happening against white people by the non-whites or by the Jews. So since all of those already exist, there are already people handling that. So my channel doesn't need to be focused on that. My channel can be focused specifically on breeding soldiers for Christ before the end time comes. So that's what this channel is focused on. Uncucking white people so that white people become soldiers of Christ. And I don't need a large subscriber count for that. I don't need more and more videos added to my video count and view count every day. I need specific videos to exist on the channel that are readily available for anyone who clicks on my videos. And I need lots of live stream action for people to be able to tune in and hear live streams, for current event stuff. And that's pretty much all I need for my channel. That's it. So I don't care that it doesn't grow, and I don't care that I don't get huge view counts, because I'm focused on quality of people who visit, and I'm focused on breeding high caliber, fully uncucked white people. I'm not interested in breeding civ gnats or training, half-cucked white people. I want fully uncucked white people on my channel. Zero cuckery whatsoever allowed on my channel. And I want the lessons that leave this channel to be zero cuckery to any of the non-whites. Zero cuckery to blacks, zero cuckery to Jews, zero cuckery to any non-whites. And I want the lesson that leaves this channel to be that this is good news. That it's not bad news that white people are Israel, that it's not bad news that Jews are our enemy, that it's not bad news that non-whites are beasts. This is all good news. This is actually perfectly aligning all of your observable reality with prophecy. It's showing you that prophecy was right all along. That reality is playing out exactly perfectly as the Holy Bible said it would. And the explanation that the non-whites are beasts and that Jews are the enemies of Israel and that white people are Israel perfectly explains everything about the Bible and about reality. It's in perfect accordance with both of those things. And it explains to us the who's who in the Holy Bible and the who's who of reality, Everything falls into place perfectly when white people understand who's who in our Holy Bible. And then all of their behavior, the Jews' behavior, the non-whites' behavior is all perfectly explained and understood, not just explained. That's important. But because it's explained, it's also understood, and that's really important because if white people understood Jewish behavior and understood non-white behavior, we would stop cucking our countries away to them. We'd stop allowing them to be in our government. We'd stop giving charity money away to them, and food and donations and clothing and housing away to them, because we'd understand that we're just cucking away our shit to criminals. So that's basically what I have for y'all for tonight. I, of course, could sit here for a little while and try to think of all the other things that have occurred and ramble some take about it that you probably agree with already. But the main things that needed to be said, I've already said tonight, as far as this stream goes for this week. And I don't have to be up early in the morning, but I did want to make it a shorter stream. I'm going to try to cut these down so they're not so massively long, and make them more palatable to people who don't want to listen to, 7 or 8 hours straight. Plus, I've had no activity in the chat, so I can only assume that nobody has anything that they want to talk about topics-wise. So we will go ahead and ramp it down for tonight. But I love all of you. I'm grateful for all of you who visit and chime in, and I'm grateful to all of you who that you care about our people and about our children and our children's future. I'm grateful that God has revealed the truth to all of you. I'm grateful to God that He has revealed the truth to me. And I hope that all of you do your Sabbath prayers. Please always remember to do an itemized, highly detailed, long, extravagant Sabbath prayer to God. That is your presentation every week to Him of your love and devotion and consideration and appreciation for the gifts that He has given you. He has given you an enormous amount of gifts, but the most important one He's given you is He's made you a part of His covenant people. Always, always start your prayer with that so that you don't forget to say it in the prayer. If you start with it in the prayer, if you always start with it, then you'll never forget it. So I always start my prayer with thanking our Holy Father for blessing me to be a part of His covenant people. And I highly recommend that you all do the same. And itemize your prayer all the way down. Cover every single thing that you are blessed with by Him. If you have children who were born the colors of Jesus Christ, thank Him for that. If you were born the colors of Jesus Christ, thank Him for that. All of your blessings you have, if you're attractive, if you have money, if you live in a wonderful place already where you're already balkanized and you don't have to deal with that stress of fleeing where you are established and grew up all your life perhaps. Be grateful for the timeline. Give thanks to Him for when He placed you in this 6,000-year trial. He could have put you in the 400s BC. And instead, you get to live in the final years before Christ's arrival. The literal end times. You get to live in the time that the book of Revelation was written about. That's amazing. Thank Him for where you were blessed to live in this world. Even if you live in a crummy city like Chicago or Detroit or Baltimore or something, you still live in America. If you live in Europe, even if it's in a crummy area that's been overridden with Muzzies and Indians or whatever, you still live in Europe. You live in a white country. So always thank Him for that. Thank Him for your health if you have good health. Thank Him for your attractiveness if you are attractive. Thank Him for your hair and eye color. Thank him for blessing your children. Thank him for blessing your parents. It's very important that you always thank God for blessing your parents. Okay, that's part of the 10 Commandments. Part of our God's 10 Commandments is to always honor our father and mother. Even if your parents sucked. Even if God didn't bless your parents, as far as you can tell. Always thank God for blessing your parents. And it's because that's you fulfilling God's 10 Commandments that he expects of you. It has nothing to do with your parents. It has everything to do with you and fulfilling God's 10 Commandments. And I think that's it. I think that's all I need to say for tonight. I look forward to talking to y'all every time. And, you know, sometimes are going to be like this where I don't have a bunch to say, even though I did have some topics to talk about tonight. But there will be times where I have even less than tonight to talk about, nothing to show perhaps. And there will be other times where I have plenty to talk about, or I have one mega subject that happened recently that I want to talk about. But regardless, I want us to be able to fellowship. I want everybody to be able to come in and say hello and to say happy Sabbath to one another. So that's what these streams are really for. And for me to remind you all that there are other pro-white people that exist in this world, that you are not alone, even if you feel like you're fighting this battle all by yourself. You are not alone. There are other white people by the thousands, perhaps by the millions, who are in this fight with you, and we will remain in this fight with you all the way to the end. And, you know, there are going to be times where we are frustrated and want to throw in the towel. I have to be honest, there are lots of times where I've wanted to throw in the towel. Even recently, I mean, you know, with all the war and everything else, there's plenty of times where I've wanted to just say, heck with it, man. I've said all that needs to be said. I've done all I can do to try to uncuck white people. And, you know, if they're not going to uncuck now, they're never going to uncuck themselves. And so, you know, there's nothing more for me to do here. And I can't tell you how many times I've came super close to just throwing in the towel and saying, heck with it. I'm done streaming. I'm done posting things. I'm just going to maybe not unplug from it, but just not post anymore. Just go radio silent. As far as posting on my channel. But the fact that it gives you all a place to fellowship and say happy Sabbath, the fact that I'm still one of the only channels teaching Sabbath to our white people because we are Israel, you know, because I'm one of the only channels on YouTube still doing this, you know, of course we have lots of pro-white channels, but they're not teaching that we're Israel. And of course we have lots of pro-white channels that are teaching that we are Israel, but they're not keeping Sabbath and teaching that we're supposed to be keeping Sabbath because we're Israel. So because I'm basically one of the only channels on YouTube teaching the truth all the way, 100% all the way, I have an obligation to God and to you all, to my people, to continue, you know, repeating the truth, spreading the gospel, and, you know, for our godly men of the Holy Bible, how they did so is they traveled from town to town. You know, so every few days they'd end up in a new town after traveling for a week or whatever, and they would preach their same gospel again. They would repeat the same message, but they're in a new town. Well, nowadays we do it a little different. Nowadays I'm going to the same channel every week, But I might have new people from new towns visiting each week. And so I have to repeat the same message, the good news, the gospel. And so that's what we'll be doing here at this channel. And it is frustrating, and it is hard to force yourself as a YouTuber to keep going when you feel like you've already said everything that can be said, and you've already shown all the proof that needs to be shown, and you hit kind of a writer's block. And the thing is, we don't really have a writer's block phenomenon with all the crazy amount of things happening to white people every day, but we hit burnout, just like anybody else in any other industry or any other hobby. At some point you hit burnout. And so we are, some of us are coming up on that point. A lot of us who haven't hit that point yet will hit that point eventually. We're all fatigued, and so we're beyond fatigued. We're all mentally exhausted all the way, and so it is difficult to keep going. And even like last week, I felt terrible that I didn't do a stream with y'all, but I was just so done. I was so beat, and I think I still ended up getting in one with y'all at some point. But no, it's been a whole 2 weeks ago. So no, I didn't. I really just was too exhausted to do it. And then during the week, I never found a good time that I could, and was having to get up early and stuff. So, somehow I did not see. So my chat must have froze. So I haven't been able to see all the new chat that people had. Oh man, I've missed all kinds of chat. My bad, y'all. Okay, gosh, I didn't know all this chat had occurred. My apologies, y'all. I will read through the chat real quick before I go. My apologies. Somehow it had froze up on me. So, let's see here. Auden Manison has chimed in and said, Nosowitz, haha, sounds based. And he said, Europeans are not Semites, though. Look at Indo-European language family. It's separate from Semitic language family. No, we are the Semites. The reason Semite comes from Shem. It comes from being Shemites, and only white people descend from Shem. No other race descends from Shem. But hello, and God bless you, and happy Passover Sabbath to you, and thanks for chiming in. John Connor, 1984, is here, and he said hello. Hello, God bless you, and happy Sabbath Passover to you, or Passover Sabbath to you. Jack, special guest Jack, has chimed in and said, cheers. Hello, God bless you, and happy Passover Sabbath to you as well. And John Connor said, anything new? And then he also said, I've been starting to see lots of aggravating DEI stuff everywhere again. It's almost like they are mocking us. Yes, I have seen that they've ramped it back up quite a bit recently as well. I have noticed it all over the place. And so it's not just you're not going crazy or anything. It's definitely happening. They're just ramping it back up. And I had mentioned it earlier in the stream that they just changed the name, or they just don't use the name DEI anymore, but just continue the practices of it anyway. And we knew that's what they were going to do all along. That's what we've said all along that they were going to do, even when they announced that they were doing away with DEI. So, and Taste the Tap Water Truth Today gave us a white power symbol. God bless you. And let's see here. And John, oh man. Okay. Yeah, I got to scroll up even further. Taste the Tap Water Truth Today said the devil should hate me if I'm living right. Well, he absolutely does. He absolutely does. The devil wants you dead. Actually, he wants you to corrupt yourself in any way, shape, or form. He doesn't care how you do it, which way you do it, as long as you do so. John Connor asked, are we in the times of Jacob's trouble? Yes, we are in year number 1 of Jacob's trouble, and you can confirm that now by hopping on another tab and getting on Google and going on Google AI and asking Google AI this question. Quote, based on the blood moons and eclipses since Christ's sacrifice, what year is the 70th Jubilee? And it will tell you it's this year, 2026. And when you discover that the first year of the 70th Jubilee is 7 years before Christ arrives, then you understand when Christ arrives, 2033. And so, yes, we are in year number 1 of Jacob's trouble. And so we have 3.5 years from April 1st of this year, from 2 days ago. So we have 3.5 years from 2 days ago to enjoy little miniature victories, but we'll also be taken further and further into Jacob's trouble, further and further into persecution. But we will also have a rising up of our people, an awakening of our people, little miniature battles here and there, victories for our people. But then 3.5 years from now, the Great Tribulation begins. And when that begins, non-whites will be commanded by the Jews to turn on all white people and attack and kidnap or slaughter any and all white people and children and elderly they see. Men, women, and children they see anywhere on first sight. The blacks will happily oblige them and do that. And so even though a lot of non-whites will not partake in it, perhaps the other non-whites happily will, and especially the blacks will, which is why they want blacks particularly moved everywhere out in the rural areas where white people are living in peace. Taste the Tap Water Truth Today said, thank you for what you've done, sincerely. Well, I appreciate that. Thank you very much. From the bottom of my heart, that really, I really mean that, because and that's really a true thank you to you. Because, you know, when someone like me does these kind of things, it does feel like a thankless thing, you know. It feels like people don't care. It feels like, you know, especially doing it anonymous like I do, you know, so that I don't get any glory, I don't get any recognition, and I don't get doxxed. That's a benefit of it. But I don't get recognition, I don't get any fame, I don't get any shekels. And so, you know, because I'm not in that side of YouTube, it is more discouraging. It is more of a thing where you feel like, you know, that it's almost pointless. But I know that that's not true. I know that, you know, being on YouTube and reaching anybody at all that I can, if only one white person is saved because of my effort, then it was worth it. You hear churches and preachers, you've heard them say that all of our lives. We've heard people say, if we can save just one life banning all the guns, and if we save just one life banning drunk drivers, or if we can save just one life, then it was all worth it. Well, that's what I have to just always keep reminding myself, that I'm doing this to please my God, to function as intended, first and foremost. And if this channel causes just one person, just one white person, to not corrupt themselves, to pull themselves out of being duped, and to end up being truly saved and be a soldier for Christ, then all of this effort I do is worth it. All of the millions of hours of reading and commenting on YouTube and doing streams and the videos I've made over all the years' time and all these different channels I did before this one, and it was all worth it in the end. If even one white person ends up saving themselves through Jesus Christ that would not have had it not been for visiting my videos. And, you know, and it may not even be this channel that ends up saving a single soul. It might be one of the channels I had before this one that someone uncucked themselves and brought themselves to God, you know. But I imagine it'll be this channel if any of them do. It'll probably be this one that does. But who knows? You know, I can't decide what wakes up each person. You know what I mean? I can't determine what subject snaps each person out of their cuckery. So, who knows? But yes, I'm grateful that God gave me the ability to even do it at all and have the gumption to do it and all that. And I gotta say, you know, a lot of times when I do streams, I do not have the gumption. There have been times where before the stream, I'm like, Lord, how am I even going to do this stream? How am I going to get through it? I only have 5 minutes of stuff that I could talk about, and then I'm going to have to end it, you know? And those streams that I was most worried about ended up being like 9-hour-long streams. So, and ended up at the end of them being so happy and joyful and grateful to God and thanking Him immediately afterward for having such a nice, healthy, long stream. And now I realize I don't really want to be going on crazy long marathon streams like that. But I was having fun doing them at the time when streams were new to me and when I was, you know, blasting everyone with all of the info. It was good at the time, but now that everything's been said that needs to be said, I do want to throttle back the streams to being only a couple of hours, maybe 3 hours, maybe 4 hours, you know, on a long one, and that be that, you know, unless we have a night that's real busy, you know, with a lot of activity in the chat, you know. Obviously, if you guys and gals are feeling froggy on a certain stream night that we're doing and have lots of subject matter that you're bringing up that you want to discuss, then we'll stay going as long as y'all keep bringing up subjects. But otherwise, I'll start trying to chop these down to 2 and 3 and 4 hours or less, you know, just so people, you know, who aren't into, you know, some people see 7 or 9 hours and they go, no way I'm clicking that, you know. So I'm trying to woo some of those types in, you know, who won't click on something that shows such a long timestamp. JV14488 said, yay, he saw us, haha. Yes, finally I did. I didn't realize the dadgum stream was froze up on me. So thankfully I don't know what made me, I do remember. I went to check my videos to see if I had really streamed last week or if I was hallucinating and I just forgot that I did stream last week or whatever. And when I came back, I had to re-wake up the chat again, and that's what gave me all the chat that you guys and gals had said. Okay, John Connor said, they have ramped up the visible degradation of our country again. It kind of went dark since like 2024, and now they started it again. Visible degradation, as in DEI and degeneracy in popular media and television commercials. Yes, I've noticed that too. I've noticed it with television, with all the same stuff. I don't watch TV, but I've noticed it with like the ads. I call TV the ads on YouTube. I've noticed the ads on YouTube. They've started ramping up the Callergy action again, and they kind of nulled it down a little bit toward the end of 2024. It seemed like they, not for the whole year of 2024, but it seems like for the last half of 2024, they kind of, or not 2024, my apologies, I misspoke. I meant to say the last half of last year. They kind of simmered down, it seems like, the last half of 2025 on their calorie ads and the DEI stuff, of course, because Trump administration had banned it or whatever, allegedly. But I've definitely, since the turn of the year, I've definitely seen a lot more calorie action again in commercials. And I've definitely seen a lot of blacks being put where they don't belong at the forefront or the leadership position of things they shouldn't be in. I've seen, plenty of, I haven't seen any non-whites missing from anywhere. Every Mexican that was here before Trump took office again is still here. Every Indian that's standing around that was here when Trump took office is still standing around. So I haven't seen any evidence of any deportation stuff. It's definitely ramped back up. That's for sure. John Connor also said, up here in New York, our throughways have no law and order. Trash and nogs going at least 170 miles per hour. Ghetto motorcycle gangs everywhere. It's highly visible chaos going on. This summer's going to be crazy. Yeah, the blacks are really going to just, from now on, are going to be allowed to just run absolutely rampant, Daytona Beach is a good example. When they went to Daytona Beach, whatever it was, a week or two back, they were allowed to go there again. And keep in mind, Daytona banned them from there. So they got banned from Daytona like, oh gosh, I don't know how long ago that's been, but it was national news when they banned spring breakers. They call them spring breakers. When they banned spring breakers from going there, and they really just meant the niggers because they were only talking about the Black Beach weekend or whatever as they called it. Because now granted, Daytona had already ran off the MTV spring breakers, but they did so because of the non-whites. They didn't do so because of the MTV spring breakers. They did so because blacks started attending because they went where all the white girls are. So they found out that MTV was doing spring break at Daytona. So the blacks started coming to Daytona. And they, instead of just doing Black Beach weekend at Daytona, the blacks would go there for MTV weekend. And since they were going there for MTV spring break week there, they were starting all kinds of crime and fights and attacking people and robbing people. And so Daytona kicked MTV out, then the MTV spring break week out of there because of the blacks, not because of the white people and MTV people who were going there and celebrating spring break there. They were doing it. They kicked MTV and the spring breakers out because of the predator blacks that were coming there and preying on everyone. And then when they kicked the MTV spring break out of there, the blacks had already started doing Black Beach weekend in there, like the weekend after that or whatever. So they just kept coming to Daytona anyway for their Black Beach weekend every year. And then after a couple, 3 years of them driving Daytona people mad with all their chaos and drama and crime, the residents of Daytona demanded that they ban Black Beach weekend from Daytona. But they couldn't make it official that they were banning Black Beach weekend. So they just declared that all spring breakers are banned, right? And so that's been the way it's been for a long time, probably 15 or 20 years. But out of nowhere, out of nowhere, the blacks magically were allowed to just come back to Daytona this year and start freaking doing spring break there. And so by Daytona, and I'm sure there are plenty other places that are going to start letting them go back again. You know, South Padre Island probably kicked them out long ago, and they'll probably let them start coming back. I forget where else spring breakers used to always go, where MTV used to go and stuff. I know Daytona was their big place for years and years. And then when they got kicked out of Daytona, that's when they went to South Padre Island. But I know they've been other places too. I know there's some other famous destinations for spring break. But because of MTV, those are the two that I'm aware of, you know. And so I'm sure they still come down to South Padre Island, or if South Padre Island banned them for the last however many years, I'll bet you that they are allowed to come back there again now. And so not only can they probably come to South Padre Island again, but they can come to Daytona again, as we just saw. Now, I do remember that they were doing spring break in Miami for a number of years, and then Miami physically kicked them out. So Miami has spring break banned from there as of right now still. And I remember that because last year they put out a commercial saying they were basically bragging to their own residents, basically saying, look, pat us on the back. We're being good, sheriff, by not allowing spring breakers to come to Miami. And the way we're forcing spring breakers not to come here is we've jacked the price of parking up to like crazy high expensive parking rates, which, by the way, hoses the locals. And by enforcing curfews, which, by the way, forces the locals to be in early also, and jacking up hotel rates. And they had several processes that they did to drive the spring breakers away. And really, they just wanted to drive the blacks away. But they did a whole commercial bragging where the sheriff is on there bragging about what all steps he took to drive them out. Or keep them away, I should say. And so because he did that commercial, you know, I remember watching it, and I think I posted it in my community post. And so that's why I vaguely remember that, and remember that means for a number of years they must have been going to Miami. So that's another destination they go to. I know that there was somewhere else down in Florida that they would go to, that MTV would go. Not just Miami, there was somewhere else. Pensacola, maybe it was. Does Pensacola have a beach? I think Pensacola has a beach. So it was either they were... Let me think about it for a second. Was it Pensacola or was it Atlantic City? Is Atlantic City in Florida, y'all? I don't know. I don't know if Atlantic City's in Florida or Georgia, or I'm not familiar with that city enough to know where it is exactly, but I know it's on the East Coast, obviously, because it's called Atlantic City. So whether that's in Georgia or Florida, maybe Atlantic City was somewhere they went for a little while. I want to say they went to one of the Carolinas for a little while, maybe 1 or 2 years. They did South Carolina or something. I can't think of what all destinations they've done with spring break, but no more Miami. Miami put a stop to it. And so now it's funny that blacks were just allowed to come back to Daytona just willy-nilly, like here they are again all of a sudden. And I wonder if Daytona didn't know that they were going to come back. I wonder if I wonder if the blacks just all agreed on social media that they were going to go back to Daytona since Miami had banned them, and that perhaps Daytona was none the wiser. Maybe the Daytona cops and city commissioners and all that, perhaps they had no idea the blacks were all going to just show back up in Daytona like they did. But in any case, they did. They showed up down in Daytona again, like in full force, like they go as if they still go there every year, like it's no big deal. And they, did their typical chimping out, and there was like 5 shootings. And I think all of them were actually on the beach, which is wild. And Daytona had just had that white kid's neck slashed by that stupid nigger. So that had just happened. Gosh, yeah. So they're literally going to start being allowed everywhere and basically be allowed to do whatever. And they've already been being allowed to do it for a while, but it's definitely going to get worse now. And I noticed you mentioned the motorcycles and things. I've mentioned this before in other streams, but I'll mention again here that for those of you that don't know, they have done away with lane splitting being against the law. So I don't know if every state's done it, but I think the whole country has made lane splitting legal now. And that's the push anyway, is for the whole country to be legal for motorcycle riders to be able to lane split now. And that's a very third world behavior. That's not a first world behavior. After all, when someone splits between 2 vehicles, they could easily miscalculate and hit one of the mirrors of either vehicle. And then they're immediately going to wipe out, which is going to cause them to steer directly into one of the nice vehicles and damage it further and cause them to crash, possibly killing them. So there's no good reason at all to legalize lane splitting, except for making the third worlders who are already used to lane splitting because it's legal in their countries feel comfortable and feel right at home. So that way, when they flood us with millions more third worlders, those third worlders can come here and immediately get a moped or a scooter or a motorcycle and feel right at home. And they won't be getting pulled over and harassed by our police when they come here and try to ride like they're used to riding back home. If they had kept lane splitting illegal, then all the non-whites they plan on bringing here would be getting pulled over constantly and be getting tickets constantly. And they don't want the non-white invaders to be harassed. They want the new invaders to be, carefree to do whatever they want and feel comfortable and feel welcome and right at home. So that is why lane splitting has been made legal, because there's no good reason legally or physically or safety-wise or any other reason-wise to make it legal. It doesn't help traffic. It doesn't help anything. Also, you'll notice that they did away with the helmet law years ago. A lot of states did away with the helmet law. I think that may be nationwide now. Maybe there are still some states that are hardcore about helmets or whatever. But they did away with the helmet laws so that non-whites, since they're not used to riding with helmets, would feel fine and comfortable when they ride around without a helmet on. They've also done away with other things that they've had rules over white people about for years that they are now lifting so that the non-white invaders feel right at home. Another good one is smoking tobacco. You'll notice that there are no longer these hardcore anti-tobacco campaigns. There used to be all these anti-tobacco campaigns, demonizing tobacco smokers, demonizing big tobacco, as they call it. There used to be commercials on TV, which I don't know what commercials are on TV nowadays since I don't watch TV, but back in the day, they used to have a plethora of anti-tobacco commercials on TV and advertisements in magazines and stuff. And granted, the internet is our magazine now, but you don't see all of that anymore. And the reason why is because they know that the millions of non-white invaders that they're flooding us with love to smoke tobacco. So all of a sudden you don't see no smoking everywhere you go anymore like you used to see. Yeah, they still don't want you to smoke there, and yeah, there's still a no smoking sign somewhere, but they're not like in your face all over the place, 3 of them side by side to really cram it down your throat that everywhere you go is a non-smoking area like it was. It was getting so bad that you couldn't smoke even in the parking lot of hotels and stuff anymore. They would call it their campus, and they would say, there's no smoking anywhere on this campus, as though it's a school campus. And they really just meant their entire property, including their parking lot. Hospitals are still doing that to this day. Hospitals, they don't even allow you to smoke in their parking lots anymore. But you'll notice that over the next couple of years, they're going to relax that more and more. First of all, you'll notice they don't police it at all anymore. And they'll just completely relax those laws about tobacco altogether because they know that the non-whites they're flooding us with love to smoke tobacco. And that's the same reason they legalized pot, by the way. They legalized pot not only to make white people stay docile and dumbed down and weaklings, but also, and uninterested in politics, uninterested in the destruction of our country, uninterested in anything, and unmotivated to try to do anything about it if they did notice. But it's also because they know that the billions of non-whites that they're flooding into our countries love to smoke weed. So they want them to be comfortable. They don't want them to have any inconveniences. They want them to be able to show up in America and be able to ride a motorcycle or a scooter how they're used to riding one. They want them to be able to smoke tobacco like they're used to enjoying and smoke their weed like they're used to enjoying. And so they'll be relaxing more and more and more rules that have been staunch laws that are strictly ruled over white people with for the last 20 or 30 years. They're all going to start slowly being relaxed so that the non-whites they're flooding us with feel comfortable. Let's see here. JV14488 said, I found your channel because of comments you had made on others' videos. That brought me here some time ago. You have great content, brother. Your streams are a blessing to many. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate that. I really do. Y'all's kind words are truly beneficial for me. They really help. I don't have all the glory is God's. All the glory is God's. Nothing good comes from me, but it is nice to know that other people appreciate, when you try to stay out of the limelight, but also be a main character speaker. Like being an anonymous YouTuber is a bizarre thing because most YouTubers, their whole goal is to try to become famous and for everyone to know who they are, and to make lots of money and not have to have a job, and for YouTube to be their job and all those things. And I'm doing basically a complete opposite. I'm doing YouTube in a completely opposite way of what it's really intended for. And granted, some of us very first YouTube users did use it this way, anonymously and the whole thing. But over the years, it has evolved, for lack of a better word, into being a platform where everybody wants to use it to become famous and to make money. And I'm not using it for either of those things. So, when someone does appreciate it, it is nice to know that you guys and gals appreciate it. We thank y'all very much. I appreciate that. And John Connor said, "We appreciate you with all of our hearts. You take the time out of your nights to do this. You don't have to do it, but you do. Sincerely, you are so greatly appreciated. Stay white." Well, I thank y'all very much. Thank y'all so much. That's so kind of y'all, and it does. It touches my heart to know that y'all care and appreciate it as much as y'all do. Because it really does. It's a thing where you just feel like, I've already said everything. I've already done everything I can do. I'm done, there's nothing else to do. But I know that we need the fellowship, and we need the reminder, the reiteration, and the encouragement, And so that's what keeps me doing it, and keeps me hopping back on every time, even if I'm out of steam or whatever, and even if I got nothing to say I could talk about. That's what keeps me going, is just giving a space for us to all have some conversation, have some fellowship, and have some reinforcement with each other. So thank you all very much. I really appreciate all of y'all's kind words. Thank you very much to all of you. Thank you so much. John Connor said, "I am still highly concerned over a possible near-future terror incident related to Iran." I am as well. I expect it to be a terror incident that occurs here on our soil that will be blamed on Iran. And I think it'll be a terrible one. I think it's going to be something bad like 9/11. I don't necessarily think it will be as catastrophic as 9/11 per se. Maybe not even by magnitudes as catastrophic as 9/11. But I just feel in my plums that it's going to be Disneyland, because that's they love killing children. We know that about them. And we know that Disneyland is called the happiest place on earth. We know that Disneyland is always full of children. That 7 days a week, that it's in operation 7 days a week, 365 days a year, full of children. And not just children, but their families are there. The whole family, the parents are with them. So by killing the children, they'll also be killing the parents, the white parents who produced them. I really feel like that if we do have a major false flag attack on America, that it will be on Disneyland, because of what I had previously stated, and that Iran will be blamed, of course, and I think they will use that as to try to get more people to enlist in the military, because right now enrollment probably sucks ass for white men. They probably can't get hardly nearly as many white men enrolled to willing to enlist in the military as they used to be able to get in the past. And so they've seen this huge drop in white males enlisting in the military. And so they're saying, they're going to say to them, I guarantee you they're saying to themselves, what can we do to convince white males who are just turning of age to enlist, 18-year-olds or whatever, what can we do to rile them up, to want them to enlist, even though they're not interested because they don't agree with our behavior as the leaders of the country. And that's what 9/11 was all about. 9/11 riled up Americans against the Muzzies, and so it did exactly what the Jews wanted it to. So this one will do the same thing. It will rile up Americans against Iran, and that will be that. They will then get more money for the war against Iran, more support for the war against Iran as far as like socially and from the media, even though the media is already glazing the war the whole time for the most part. It'll become more socially acceptable, more politically acceptable, or at least that's what they'll be trying to portray to the American people anyway. And so that I really do. I really think that they're going to attack Disneyland, and it could be fake or it could be real. I'm sure that they'll probably kill some innocent white people for just the ritual of it all. It's hard to say because, sometimes they do it ritualistic mode where they actually kill people. And then sometimes it's 100% staged event. You know what I mean? So like the Trump earshot, that was 100% staged event. No one was shot. The guy that was behind him or whatever didn't get shot and killed or any of that shit. The Boston Marathon bombing, the gay nightclub hoax, Florida gay nightclub hoax, Sandy Hook. All of those were hoaxes, staged events. And so nobody was killed at those. But there are some events where they do kill people, like 9/11. So, who knows whether it'll be a fully rehearsed and all actors staged event being done by Disney, a mix of Disney actors along with, crisis actors, or will it be a blend of both of those but actually also kill innocent people, which more likely that'll be the case because this is the end. This is the big time, so they need something as big as 9/11. They need something really big. They want us to be in Armageddon as they're trying to tell us it is. You know what I mean? They want us to be in World War III. So they need to do something so extreme that it causes Americans to be cool with causing a World War III with Iran. And how could you piss off Americans more so than to kill a bunch of children by attacking Disneyland? There's literally, what else? If you can, try to name something else. Try to think of something else and name it that you could attack in America that would anger Americans as a whole population more so than attacking Disneyland. There's just not really anywhere else that's more. They're like, okay, what if they attacked a mall? Well, it's just one mall. Okay, so if they attack the one mall, let's say in Michigan, well, nobody in Pennsylvania gives a shit, or Texas, or Delaware gives a shit. I mean, maybe some of them do, but it doesn't affect the whole country, right? Disneyland, if they attack Disneyland, it affects the whole world because the entire world dreams of taking their children to Disneyland. Everywhere, every non-white shitholer family in the world that knows that Disneyland exists, one of their dreams as a parent is that they would love to be able to take their children, while their children are little, to Disneyland. And so attacking Disneyland is not like attacking a mall or a sporting event, because that would only affect the locals of that town. It would only matter to the people of that county and that state more so than the rest of the country. But if Disneyland gets attacked, now everybody on earth will be afraid to ever bring their kids to Disneyland. Now, granted, Disneyland will survive it, and they will close down for however many days or weeks, but they will reopen, and everything will go back up and going in operation. And because of people's obsession with Disney, people will continue to go. Just like people's obsession with shopping malls caused them, I should say, to continue frequenting shopping malls that they've had to run out of because of blacks starting to shoot at each other inside that same shopping mall. They'll return to the same shopping mall days later just because of their obsession with shopping or hanging out in the mall. So Disneyland will reopen and business will pick right back up, and they will just go right back to operation, and they'll put up a big memorial there, and they'll close that whole area off for a long time. You know what I mean? Or that's probably what they'll do, because it's the happiest place on earth, so they can't have a memorial anywhere at the happiest place on earth. So they'll have to just close that whole area off. They'll probably build it into some new ride a few years later. They'll let everything simmer down, then they'll turn it into a big ride. But that's what I see coming. I see Disneyland being what gets attacked. Could it be something else that would give that kind of magnitude? I guess maybe. But they've already done Trade Center towers. Those are the biggest buildings we ever had, so there's nothing else comparative to that to tear down. It just really, honestly, Disneyland is it. That's the thing. That's the most logical. If I was a Jew and I was in charge of the Jews and I was trying to attack white people and they're like, what's next, boss? That would be the thing. When it's time to do the next 9/11, what's our next 9/11, boss? What's it going to be? How are we going to do it? What are we going to use? What are we going to do? That would be it. And I, not because I'm some bad guy in the mind or anything. It's because that's literally the most logical. As an enemy of white people, what could you do to affect white people more negatively than to attack Disneyland, our place that we made for children that we call the happiest place on earth? It makes the most sense. So that's definitely where I think, will be attacked. And who knows what they'll do? I don't know. None of us could ever guess what they will do for the attack itself. But, yeah, that's definitely my take on that. I think it's going to be Disneyland. John Connor said, Myrtle Beach had a similar issue with Black Biker Week. Oh, wow. Didn't know that. Myrtle Beach. Is that in Florida too? Myrtle Beach. Is that in the Carolinas or? I don't remember where Myrtle Beach is. I've heard of that, though. JV 14488 said, John Connor, absolutely horrible to see, but you are correct. And then John Connor said, police are no longer the police that they used to be. Completely cucked joke compared to 30 years ago. That's 100% true. Not only are our cops afraid of being sued and fired and put in jail if they mishandle a black, but they've even, they have to work with blacks now. So now they've been cucked into thinking not all blacks are bad, because after all, these 6 guys I have to work with every day are blacks. And they're cops. So that means not all blacks are bad. So that keeps that whole cuckery going among the cops. Same thing with military cucks. You know, they're literally, they have blacks in our military, so all the military cucks are cucked about blacks, you know? So, and they think the blacks have served with them and all this shit, you know? And they think of them as brothers and all this crap. Ugh, God. JV14488 said, I thought MTV used to do Southern California years ago. Maybe they did. Maybe they did LA or something. It would make sense if they did LA or, oh God, I don't know what all beaches are over there, but, yeah, it would make sense if they did California. Let's see. Atlantic City is in New Jersey. Oh, yeah, duh. Golly. Oh, what I was thinking with that one. Yeah, I think they've done Atlantic City before, right? If I'm not mistaken. I could have swore like 20 years ago I saw them when they were kicked out of Daytona. I could have swore they went to Atlantic City. And I remember telling myself, why the hell would they go all the way there? It's going to be cold as shit there compared to down in Florida. And John Connor also said, it's a dead gambling town. Used to be beautiful in the 80s and 90s, I heard. Hyperborean Dream has stopped by. Hello. God bless you, and happy Passover Sabbath to you. And he put Daytona. Daytona Beach would be my best guess for the second Florida location. Oh, he was probably talking about when I was trying to figure out where the other locations were. Well, we already knew Daytona was the primary location we had originally started talking about. So I was trying to think of locations other than Daytona, but hello and God bless you and happy Passover Sabbath to you, and thank you for chiming in. And White Power Ranger 1488 said, I've been watching since OG channel because you said hello to me in Barry Satoro's comment section before the Great Purge. Oh, no kidding. Wow, man. Awesome. Well, thank you very much for sticking with me all this time. That's awesome. Yep, the Great Purge. Man, that was a bummer. We lost a lot of really good YouTubers on that one. That never came back, unfortunately. Like, I would love for Barry Satoro to come back. Gosh, that would be awesome, man. He made great vids. And there were so many other good YouTubers back then, too. Gosh. But some have come back. Dallas Goldbug is back. And granted, he gets a little off on the deep end, but he's mostly over the target. Somebody else recently came back that I was like shocked to see is back around. And then A Call for an Uprising is around still. Let's see. And then JV14488 said, then claim a bunch of Jays were victims so it gets support for Israel. Oh, yeah, oh, man. Now that, you just added a real cherry on top of the sundae there. So, yes, wow, that's very Jewish of you to think of that. So that's exactly what they could do. If they wanted maximum impact, they would make sure they would have a whole gang of Jewish kids visiting Disneyland, and that they're who get hit by the missiles, or that they're who get blown up by the bomb that goes off or whatever. And you know what? They could be who actually do the detonating of the bombs. So how perfect would that be? Man, I bet the Jews are literally, I'll bet all the JIDF employees are jotting this shit down. They're probably going to, this is probably what's going to happen just because of our idea tonight. The combination. You and I are giving them ideas, bro. But that's probably, that would be their best bet is take a gang of like 80 Jewish kids, right? And of course, you know, they'd have Jewish chaperones with them. So they'd have some men and they'd have some young adolescent guys, whatever, there too. And they all wear their Jewish long coats. They're like garb or whatever. Granted, it would look funny walking around in that in California, but whatever. And then they all have bombs on them and shit, right? Or they just pay Disneyland to install the pyro. Remember, Disney has pyro, y'all. They don't even have to use real bombs. So that's the thing, is it could be totally staged and 100% fake, or it could be real and they could kill real white people. So they could use real bombs and kill real white people. That would be a maximum ritual effect. And if they want to do a maximum duping delight, laugh in our face, pull another hoax over us right in our face, stunt that way, then it could be using Disney's pyro and have Disney's pyro team set up pyro in different places. Then they bring in a gang of 80 fucking Jewish kids and have the Jewish kids rehearse as crisis actors and pretend to be blown up by the pyro when the pyro goes off, and have them all rehearsed on how to behave and everything when the pyro goes off. And then they're the victims, yo. They're the victims. That would be, man, that would be the ultimate Jewish new 9/11 would be to pull the stunt like that at Disneyland with a bunch of Jewish kids. And by the way, you never see a gang of Jewish kids at Disneyland or at Universal or at SeaWorld or at Six Flags or at what's the other water park? Water Mania or whatever. What's the other one called? I know there's another one somewhere in America. You never see gangs of Jews enjoying Cedar Point or McDonald's or Burger King or a Taco Bell or anywhere that everybody else goes. They stay completely isolated from all the places we go. Why? Because they've set up everywhere else to poison everybody, to you know, they want multiculturalism to cause white people to get illnesses from non-whites touching the same door handles as us, using the same bathrooms, going through the same doors, breathing the same air in the same buildings. And they isolate themselves completely from all the goyim so that they don't catch the illnesses from the third worlders that they flood us with. And so they don't have to deal with the crime or the attacks or whatever that the third worlders will do on our people out in the public. So that would be hilarious if it's them that they use, if they were to use a gang of Jewish kids to be the victims. If that ends up being the case, then you 100% know that it's a 100% staged event and that not a single person is harmed or killed and that it's all fake and that the bombs are fake and it's just pyro. If the kids who supposedly get attacked or who are damaged from the attack are supposedly a group of Jewish kids. If it's a bunch of white kids that get attacked or that get harmed by the attack, then I would say it's a real attack. Also, John Connor said, also a bunch of Christian churches just got through cucking everyone by telling them that the Romans killed Jesus, not the Jews. What do you think of these mega churches? Well, you know what I think of them. I think they're all garbage. And And I think any church that teaches, that Romans killed Jesus, not the Jews, is just a Shabbos goy, Jew obedient, fake church, really. John Connor also said, for Good Friday services and masses, Myrtle Beach is in South Carolina. Okay, Myrtle Beach is in South Carolina. Yeah, that's where I've heard of Myrtle Beach. So maybe maybe MTV went there one year. Maybe that's why I'm thinking of. Maybe that's why I've heard of that name before. And I drove through South Carolina years ago, a couple different times, and man, that state. As soon as you get into that state, you know that you've made it to South Carolina if you know what to look for, because as soon as you cross the border into South Carolina, everything turns completely tan colored. Everything is a shade of tan colored. You don't see red or blue or green you just see tan. Just every shade of tan there is. Every shade of beige and tan there is. It's very odd. And as soon as you get out of that state, you go right back to seeing green everywhere and, black on the roads and yellow stripes. I don't know. It's just so weird when you're in that state. It's like you're in some other dimension and all you see is the color beige and tan everywhere. It's very odd. And I experienced that every time I've drove through South Carolina. I've observed that instantly every time I drive through that state. I've drove through that state probably, 5-6 times in my life, and I've always noticed that instantly. Let's see here. Brandon Barton has stopped in and said happy Sabbath. Well, hello and God bless you, and happy Passover Sabbath to you, Brandon Barton. And thank you for the kind visit. And John Connor said hello to him, and he said thank you and love all my Sabbath white brethren. Well, we appreciate you and your kind visit. Thank you very much for stopping in. John Connor said, many mainstream cuck YouTubers are still in 2016 Trump versus libs election mode. Boy, isn't that the truth. Like Salty Cucker, he stays permanently in that mode. And even I would say Fleckus Talks to some extent stays in that mode. He's kind of still, even though he knows the truth, he still falls into that whole cuckery of blaming Pam Bondi instead of Trump, and like Pam Bondi didn't do every single thing exactly the way Trump told her to, because she did. And that Charlie Kirk's dead, and I don't know. He just I totally 100% agree that that these not all the way uncucked, these still slightly cucked YouTube channels are still in that mode about Trump. They think that they're dealing with the same Trump what's funny is they are dealing with the same Trump from 2016, but that Trump is just operating in a different role, but a different modus operandi right now. Like the plans and the agenda, that's the word I'm looking for. The agenda they used Trump for in 2016 is simply a different agenda than they have to use him for right now. This is later on in their progression against Whitey. So now they have a new agenda to use him for. Still working against Whitey. That's always the agenda, but new things to do. And so that's what we will see them be doing, is new things with Trump. Rooster Cogburn has chimed in. Hello and God bless you to you, and happy Passover Sabbath to you, sir. And he said it was a beautiful day today. Cheers. God bless you, and it sure was. It was a lovely day today. And boy, we sure could use him after all these freaking cold weeks in a row. Man, I was sick of that shit. So very grateful to finally have some nice weather. And we didn't have to go into like horrific storms for a week or 2 or 3 in a row to transition to the warm weather. You notice that? It just transitioned to warm and no storm, no nothing. Very nice. So grateful for that. And knowing the Jews can, cause weather modification and stuff nowadays, it's nice that they haven't been bombarding us with bad weather. But speaking of the Jews and geoengineering, April 1st, 2 days ago, began the Jews' new chemtrail spraying operation called Stardust Solutions. So for any of you who are not aware of that, they didn't say where they were going to start spraying, but they did say they were going to start spraying at the beginning of April. So as of 2 days ago, the Jews are spraying somewhere, and it's called Operation Stardust or Stardust Solutions. The operation is called Operation Stardust, the actual military operation of spraying us with the shit. But the front company that they have created as an LLC or whatever to look like a legitimate business operating in America is called Stardust Solutions, if you want to look that up. And you can ask Google AI, when Stardust Solutions, what is it, and when will it begin operation, and where will it start spraying? And it will give you all the info I just told you. All right, John Connor said, I've been to many different Catholic churches, and some are cucked and some aren't. Very weird what has happened to the Catholic religion. It's very divided. Well, it is. And the thing is, it's controlled by the Jews. But like the Mormons, there have been a sect of, or in the case of Catholic Church, there have been multiple sects of the Catholic Church that have broken loose from the Jewish-controlled version and have stuck to an older, more traditional version of Catholicism, and that the Jews took Catholicism, right? So, and so some of those groups don't accept everything of modern Catholicism because the Jews added all that modernity to Catholicism over the centuries as we've progressed along in time. And so they've been in control of it the whole time. So as time progressed, they've added more and more, paganism, more and more cuckery to it that the other sects disagreed with. And so there are some sects of Catholicism that do not go along with traditional, Orthodox Jewish ruled over Catholicism. And that's why you see those differences in some churches and others. Brandon Barton said, I was trying to do some research on Ruddy to uncuck one of my white brethren, and I came across a post of Nog's trying to explain Ruddy as something like Nog Drake, a mongrel Ruddy, is to blush Nogger. Well, what's funny is if you type in blush or blushing on Google and click images, or you pick person blushing or whatever on Google Images, one of the first pictures it shows is a nigger, and it shows them with what looks to be like red cheeks, rosy red cheeks, right? And if niggers really did blush like that, then that would be an example of blushing. Except blacks don't blush. And so that picture is just bullshit Photoshop. But when you try to look at blushing on Google Images, the last time I did, I had to scroll to like the third line before it finally showed me a real white person that was really actually blushing. And the first three lines, it was showing like non-whites wearing blush makeup. So, the ruddy thing though, blacks, what they try to use when they do the we wasing about we was the people of the Bible, and they try to discuss the word ruddy or claim it for themselves. They say that ruddy means dirt colored, that it means the color of the dirt or the earth colored. And they call themselves dirt or earth colored. They say that and what's funny is they never call themselves dirt colored or ruddy or dirt colored or earth colored ever, except when it comes to trying to we was the word ruddy in our Holy Bible. Any other time, they would never call themselves mud creatures or dirt colored or dusty looking, dust colored. They never describe themselves as mud or dirt or dust at all. But whenever a white person starts discovering, hey, what's this word ruddy mean about Adam and Eve, and the blacks want to try to we was it, all of a sudden it means dirt of the earth. And all of a sudden that's what they mean as well. That's what blacks are also. When they never call themselves that otherwise. So, yes, you will see we wasers constantly trying to claim that ruddy means earth or dirt. And then you will see them claim also in the same moment that they are dirt colored and earth colored. When really, when I look at a black, I don't think of the ground. I don't think of dirt. And I don't think of dust. I don't think of sand. Sand is light brown, very tan colored, very bright light brown, beige colored. Dirt is, sometimes it's dark brown, but it's kind of like a light brown color. And then I have red clay here too. So we have red clay, we have brown dirt, but it's not really Negro colored. And I'm not saying blacks are the color black either, but they're not light as light brown as dirt is, So anyway, John Connor asked, I wonder what's going to happen when the next presidential election comes up. Been thinking about it. Yeah, I don't know what they're going to do about the president situation. Who knows? I mean, it could be anybody at this point. But because of Trump being the Antichrist that needs to sit on the throne in the third temple at the end of, or in the fall of 2029, fall of 2028, because that has to happen, or no, it is in the fall of 2029 is when that's supposed to occur. Because it will be Trump that's supposed to be the Antichrist, as far as we can tell, that would mean that most likely he will stay president. And so my guess is when it comes time for election cycle for president, for, election 2028 election to come up, that Trump will have by then revealed all of this election fraud, right, that occurred in 2020 and 2016 and in 2024. And then he'll use all of that story as the excuse to say I was cheated out of my term in 2020. I was supposed to enjoy being president from 2020 to 2024. And because y'all let Joe Biden be president, because you did all this fraud and put him as president, not only did y'all commit all this fraud and cheat me out of what should have been my 4-year term, but you screwed the country up, all messed it all up and everything with all his stupid policies you did with him and everything. So, because of all of that, I'm going to take 4 more years. And we're not even gonna need an election for it because I won 2020 and you stole it from me. So you owe me this 4 years, so I don't even need to earn winning the election of it. I already won it 4 years ago. And at this point, it'll be 8 years ago. At that point, it'll be 8 years from then is when it happened. But he'll have all of that excuse to say that. And then say, based on all of that, I'm just going to accept this term and continue it on as an incumbent. And he'll pull up some law from the 1800s that allows him to do it. And that'll be that. And so that'll keep him as in charge for when it's time for him to sit in the throne of the third temple in the fall of 2029. He'll still be in charge of the country, therefore the most powerful person in the world, and be the most powerful person over all white people. So I think it's imperative that they keep him as president because they could go ahead and let him bow out and put someone else as president, but then that would take all the hoo-ha out of him. You know what I mean? All the thunder would kind of fade away from him while he's supposed to be having his biggest, most biblical moment, you know? And remember, this is a biblical moment. This is all of humanity's 6,000-year trial has led up to this final boss. He's literally the final boss in human form. And so it's got to be him because there's no one else that has the hubris and the aura and stigma and brand and everything that he has to be the Antichrist. And Revelation literally named him and said that he would be called a bad dawn, and his name is Dawn. So and he's not good, so he's a bad dawn. Erastus Mustard Seed has stopped in. Hello, long time no see. Hello, and God bless, and happy Sabbath to you. Happy Passover Sabbath to you, and God bless you. And he said, do not think that I have come to bring peace to the earth. I have not come to bring peace, but a sword. That is what Christ will be coming with when he shows up. It's not gonna be good for the non-whites, that's for sure. John Connor said, one mass that I went to, the priest literally said the Jews called for the death of Christ. Very proud of him for saying that. Well, good for him. He's absolutely telling the truth there. Brandon Barton said, we was the Aztec Indians. John Connor said, I've been doing research on many different decades. The 70s comes off as dirty and broken down. Was this an early experiment in ruining our cities back then? Yes, what you're seeing, the 1970s, was our first 10 years of integration. It was the first 10 years of desegregation as far as, you know, we had desegregation in the 60s, but full integration started in the 70s. And so by 1970, they were getting blacks and whites to start doing music together. They started, forming these black and white bands. and making them artificially popular by promoting them and stuff right out of the gate, so that whites and blacks would see whites with blacks together in bands. Um, and that still took a long time to catch on. So you'll notice in the 70s, most black bands are all blacks. Most white bands in the 70s are all whites. But they were pushing and promoting some multi-culti bands where there were blacks and whites together in the bands. And so because of the 70s and disco, that was the other thing, is disco brought a lot of blacks and whites together. So because of disco, and basically they used music to bring whites and blacks into the same, genre, because disco kind of put whites and blacks in the same spot together. And so that's why the 70s became so, like, it just looks dirty and I don't know, still hippie-esque and all those things, because it still was. It was the leftovers of Woodstock and hippie love and cucked white people. White people were cucked beyond belief by the 70s about blacks. And so we would have had the problems we have now about blacks back in the 70s, except we didn't have that many blacks back then. So that's the only reason we didn't have the problems in the 70s with blacks that we have now, because our cuckery was just as bad about blacks back then as it is now, concerning white people as a whole, Miss Loyal White Knight has shown up. Hello, dear. Happy Sabbath. Happy Passover Sabbath to you. And God bless you. I hope you're well. And she said happy Sabbath to everyone. And so very glad to see you made it and said hello. Thank you very much for chiming in. And she said, does anyone know about Eric Orwell? He's the guy that's trying to make a white ethno-state. Your thoughts on it, and do you support? I would love it myself personally. Well, I did mention in a stream not that long ago that I have not really pulled my support from him, but I'm not going to promote Eric Orwell's project anymore, because they are they're pro-pagan, and even though they claim to be accepting of Christians and, quote, welcome Christians to live there and all that stuff, in the same stream they say that, they were ridiculing Christianity. And and that was on the long stream that I attended of theirs a long time ago. And so I reported that evening when I did my stream that I wasn't pleased with that, and so I wouldn't be doing any more support for him. But I wish them well. I don't wish them ill will or anything. I just won't be supporting them since they're not pro-Christian. John Connor said, even the films of that era reflect it. Dirty Harry, Taxi Driver, etc. Exactly. You'll notice that every movie back then had to have, in the 70s, had to have a token nigger. All right? Has to have a token nigger. Every TV show had to have a token nigger, just about. Every movie just about had to have a token nigger. And, of course, they have to have some special, unique ability, and that's why they're allowed around the white people. Because otherwise it made no sense in the 70s still. For a TV show or anything, why would a black be around a white? What do they have, business they have to be around them? Except for they have some unique ability, some cool trait about them that makes them helpful to the white people in the movie or on the TV show. And so, and I mean, think of all kinds of things, like even like Magnum PI, right? The black, they had a token nigger. What was he? He was a helicopter pilot. Blacks ain't no freaking pilots, especially of helicopters. look at the A-Team in the 80s had Mr. T, the big he was like the feature of the show because of his crazy mohawk and all his gold he wore and everything. And so the whole show basically revolved around how cool and how dangerous and tough Mr. T was. We had Richard Pryor, the whole world of white people laughed and laughed and laughed at our own selves while Richard Pryor insulted us after one insult after another at white people. And fucked all the white girls he wanted to all along the way. We had all the 70s music groups, all the black bands white people fawned over, all the 70s black bands, disco bands, and then all the soul bands and all that shit. The Commodores and whatever, all of them. And then the disco ones, you had Super Funk and Funkadelic and all those groups. So yeah, the 70s were definitely like a pretty rough example of our people. We didn't do so hot in the 70s. And thankfully we pulled ourselves out of it a little bit in the 80s, but not our cuckery for blacks. We pulled ourselves out of disco and more back into rock and things like that, which got us out of the whole funkadelic, listening to all their sampler music crap, and got us back into the limelight of making our own music again, our own style again, like rock and country and all that exploded again in the 80s. And really, country western was the only rival in the 70s to the funkadelic disco, black disco, all that, and the leftovers of the hippie generation and stuff movement. The only rival to that really in the 70s was the country western, Nashville stars and stuff like that. Elvis and Dolly Parton and George Strait, George Jones, all those people, Let's see. John Connor said both films were bold enough to show Noggs committing crimes. Yeah, well, all the movies in the 70s, the Jews were still showing blacks. They hadn't figured out that, they needed to stop showing blacks as criminals in the movies yet. So they were still doing it all the way all through the 80s. They still showed blacks as criminals. It wasn't really till the 90s where they had that epiphany that, oh yeah, we shouldn't be showing blacks as criminals on like every movie and every TV show. And they did both at the same time. Not only did they stop showing blacks as criminals in all the movies and TV shows, but they also started making pro-black movies like New Jack City and Juice and all those things. They started making all that crap in the 90s. New Jack City, I guess, was the 80s, but you know what I mean. In the 90s, they had like Juice and all those that came out, those pro-black ones. Friday and whatever other ones they had back then. White Power Ranger said, isn't that the RTL movement? Yes, the RTTL movement, Return to the Land movement. That is Eric Orwell, yeah. John Connor said, this whole pagan BS is getting out of hand. Viking style or whatever is literally evolving into paganism. Stupid. Yeah, and I mean, they're not, they are, and they do cosplay it a little bit like that, but it's really just that they just mock Christianity, just without paying attention, they didn't realize they blatantly mocked Christianity on their live stream. So I'm like, yeah, I'm not gonna move it. I'm not moving anywhere where people think like that about Christianity. Miss Loyal White Knight said, "Wow, really? I had no idea they were pro-pagan. Same feelings I felt about Lana. Yeah, exactly. Lana Locktiff and her hubby. Yeah, that's why I don't watch Red Ice or any of that shit, because they're not pro-Christian, so I just don't even bother with them. I have to pull back my support from them as well. Yeah, I did the same thing. I don't bother with Red Ice or any of that. If you're not Christian, I don't even bother with you, really. Now there are a couple of YouTubers that I've decided to tolerate anyway who are pro-white but are not Christian. One is Legion of Men. He's not a Christian, and he has even said some snide remarks about Christians. He's your typical cucked. He's still cucked about the whole thing where he blames Christianity for for causing white people to obey the Jews and all this stuff. And there are a couple others. I can't remember who the other ones are. But because he puts out so much pro-white stuff, I ignore his I don't want to say anti-Christianism, but his cuckery. I disregard what little bit of cuckery he has, which happens to be a major cuckery because it's about Christianity. I overlook that to still listen to his other things he says and give him likes on other things that he says that are right. And I just, ignore anytime he's doing something where he says something negative about Christianity. I just ignore it or whatever. Don't give him a like or whatever. But for the most part, yeah, I'm only really interested in what pro-white Christians say and think. Let's see. Miss Little White Knight said, "I remember that one movie that they put a token boy in with John Wayne." Yeah, I don't remember which one that was, but I'm sure they did. Oh, Sammy Davis Jr. Yeah, of course. Yeah, he was a token nigger and all kinds of shit through the 70s. And Miss Little White Knight said to John Connor, "I'm very disappointed because these are people that I want to support, but the way they dismiss Christianity is the part that really hurts." Yeah, I mean, they're shooting their own self in their own foot without realizing it. You know what I mean? They don't realize that Christianity is our identity, and they don't think it is. So that's why they're just happily shooting themselves in their own foot without knowing it. They're just ignorant of the big picture, of the whole picture. John Connor said, "Blacks are still all jealous over Elvis Presley. Elvis comes off that he was an extremely naive person. His manager was definitely a J. They took advantage of a 1930s country boy, and then he died. Elvis was one of the first white musicians, I think, that was completely milked and drained to death by Jays." Yes, I would say so. I would say he was the first example. He was our first major music artist. I mean, yeah, there had been plenty of music artists by Elvis's time, but there had never really been one key figure that just blew everyone away in the whole world. I mean, yeah, you could say Frank Sinatra or I don't know. I'm sure there were some other solo headliner acts that were pretty big names worldwide, but Elvis was, he fit a niche very perfectly for the time. The Jews promoted him like crazy. He was able to perform what the world was shown of him. in promotions. He was able to show up worldwide and perform exactly as expected. So yeah, I totally see him as being the first, just basically music rock, basically a first rock star. You know, he's the first rock star, and so yes, I would totally agree about him being the first. Okay, well, we have been running now for almost 5 hours, and we've said a lot of things that needed to be said tonight already and everything. And to try to keep this, knocked down a little bit, I'll go ahead and cut the stream off here in a moment, but I'll finish reading what John Connor had said something else about Elvis. He put, Elvis didn't know what to think, and you could tell in his style. He wore Jewish things and said it was just for style. He was being manipulated, and you could see it in his face. Weird. And the shape he was in before he died was almost like a humiliation ritual. Right. Well, that's the thing is he wore a Star of Rim fan sometimes, and Sammy Davis Jr., who you had mentioned earlier, did also. And that was, I think, because back then, whenever Jews had someone obedient to them, they were getting them to wear the pendant, to wear the star, so that other Jews could see them and notice it as a mark of the beast. Like, oh, this is a Shabbos goy of ours. He's not just a regular goy. He's a Shabbos goy. He's wearing our symbol on his neck. That means he obeys us. He does what we say. He's one of our bitches, So I think that's what that was. And so when you see any non-Jew wearing Star of Rimfan on their neck, at up to this point so far, that's letting you know, especially if you saw anyone in the 70s or 80s or whatever wearing the Star of Rimfan on their neck, or anywhere for that matter, who wasn't a Jew, that they were wearing that to let all the other Jews who might ever see them in public know that they are an obedient Shabbos goy to the Jews. And John Connor said, about his manager? He had a fake white name, Colonel Tom Parker. No, I did not know that about his manager. I have read a lot of things about Elvis many years ago, and I read some things were up with his manager. I don't remember what all I read about his manager, but I did read some stuff, some shady stuff about his manager. But yeah, I mean, it's Elvis was like a kind of a gateway into manipulating white girls. So, after Elvis was extinguished, they started filling the vacuum. They started filling that void with other new, quote, stars. And I know they paid some of the first white girls to be acting all crazy and erratic and faint and all this up at the front of the stage and everything, to make the rest of the white girls copy that behavior. But yes, that was definitely the first and primary one they ever used was Elvis. So, yeah, I'm going to go ahead and wrap it up for tonight, but thank y'all very much for chiming in. And I'm so glad so many of you ended up visiting and saying hello. And I know we haven't really spoke much at all, really, about Passover tonight or about Christ's sacrifice on the cross for our sins. So I should spend a moment, at least, before we finish this, recognizing that, acknowledging that, saying thank you, Lord Jesus Christ, the Holy Son of God, Messiah of our people Israel. You are our King. You are the King of our people Israel. You are our Messiah. You are the Son of our God, his most favorite Son. You are at his right hand. We know, Lord Jesus Christ, that you died on the cross for our sins. And we know that you took your own life up again 3 days later. We know who our enemy is. We know that our enemy is your enemy and God's enemy. We know your plan. We know your promise. We are grateful and look forward to your return, Lord. And so all of us here from this channel say we love you, Lord Jesus Christ, and happy Sabbath, Lord Jesus. And thank you for your sacrifice, Lord Jesus Christ. Happy Passover to you, Lord. And remember, we celebrate Passover every year at this time, celebrating the fact that God spared us. He could have left us in Egypt in bondage for the rest of the 6,000 years, and we'd have been stuck in it. And he reminded us after he freed us from bondage in Egypt. He reminded us over and over and over again that he did so. That he's the God of Israel who freed us from bondage in Egypt. He wouldn't say that to us over and over again unless it was a big freaking deal to him. And since it's a big freaking deal to him, it better be a big freaking deal to us. Anything that's a big deal to our holy God and Jesus Christ better be a big freaking deal to all of us. So, Sabbath is a big freaking deal to God and Jesus Christ. So it needs to be a big, huge freaking deal to all of us. Passover is a huge freaking deal to God and Jesus Christ. So it needs to be a huge freaking deal to all of us. And I hope all of you have a wonderful Passover weekend. I hope all of you have a wonderful week this week. I hope God blesses all of you. And we will convene again on another Sabbath and perhaps during the week. My week is looking not terrible, so I might do a Tuesday or Wednesday night stream. Acer, if you are in the chat tonight, even though you haven't chimed in, but if you are listening or you have visited, I said an apology to you on another stream. It was the very next stream after the one where I had confronted you in the chat. So if you listen into this stream, I'm extending again an invitation for you to return to the chat. And I'm also, again, offering my apology publicly to you for asking you to stop commenting the other day in the chat and calling you Jewish. That was my fault. I apologize, and I accept that you are not Jewish. You say that you aren't, so you're not. I was really being more facetious than anything, but my apologies for offending you. And so if you ever do come back, please do go ahead and comment, and just know that I meant no ill will your way, and I was not meaning to try to drive you off or anything like that. And so I did publicly apologize to you. So if you ever do hear this on this stream and didn't hear about it in the other stream, well, then maybe you hear it on this one. And, oh, hey, there he is in the stream. Hey, you're here. All right. Hey, I love you too, brother, and I apologize. I am sorry that I accused you of acting Jewish that night. That was my bad. I took it too much to heart, and I knew you were recommending pro-white channels, so there was no reason for me to be getting as flustered about it as I did. So that was 100% my fault, and I apologize. And thank you very much for accepting and returning again for other streams, because I know that could anger people enough where they just don't ever want to visit again. So I'm glad that you were able to power through it and still come visit me again, so that I would be able to have an opportunity to apologize to you. So, okay. And Miss Loyal White Knight had said, "Good night, everyone. God bless you, and I love you all. Happy Passover. Remember, by his stripes we are truly healed." Well, that is a wonderful thing for us to finish off with right there. And so that is absolutely true. By his stripes we are truly healed. And if we just stay focused on the fact that we are Israel, Christ did die for us on the cross. He really did rise again. He really is coming back to harvest us. And all of this really is going down. And it really is happening the way that we see it written in our holy Bibles in Revelation, the way that we see it perfectly matching reality in every way, shape, and form, is because this is that time. We really are in the year 2033, but by the time of Christ's arrival, we will really be in the year 2033, a real 2,000 years since Christ's sacrifice. And because we are here at that 2,000-year mark after Christ's sacrifice, we are here for Christ's arrival. This is that time. And so definitely add an additional thank you to the Lord in your itemized, detailed, long Sabbath prayers that you give him today and every Sabbath, for blessing you to be a part of this end time of the 6,000-year trial for mankind. You could have been put in some mundane time frame, in the 300s AD, or not that any time in the past was mundane, but you could have been put in any other time frame. And instead, you're blessed to be here for the return of Christ. You're blessed to be here, to be a martyr in the 7 years of Jacob's trouble. What a glorious blessing, and what a high honor. So I hope that all of you embrace it. I hope all of you are grateful for it and thank our Holy Father for the time he placed you in. I hope you thank him for where he placed you in the world. I hope you thank him for every single thing that is a blessing in your life. Every blessing he's given you. Looks, money, safety, a good place to live, good family members, good parents, whatever he's given you. Say thank you to him for each individual thing. That way, by the end of your Sabbath prayer, you should have said thank you to him at least 50 times. At least 30 times. And God bless you all. Godspeed to you all. I look forward to seeing what the end of this year brings. I'm very curious what April of 2027, what we'll be saying to each other in the stream of Passover Sabbath next year. Very curious. But in the meantime, we're going to crank like crazy this year, best we can. And we need to do so more in person than online. Yes, definitely be cranking along online best you can, but definitely hit up people in real life, in person. And, that way we can reach as many of our people as possible, as soon as possible. And just go as hard as you can this year, within reason. Don't get yourself in trouble. Don't get yourself fired. Don't get yourself arrested. But let's really be pro-white. Let's be openly pro-white. Let's be proud about it and do it with a smile. Let's spread the good news with a smile on our face. Remember, be smiling when you give people the good news. It's good news, so you should be smiling. And so, I love you all. God bless you all. Happy Passover to you all. Happy Sabbath to you all. And thank you to you all for all you do for our people and for all you do for me. Coming here and visiting, it isn't just good for you all. You're helping me. So I appreciate that. And I look forward to every single time I talk to every one of you. And I look forward to every single stream. So God bless you all. Have a wonderful Passover week. Have a wonderful... I realize Passover week is technically already over, so it's ending after this weekend. But have a wonderful Passover weekend. Have a wonderful week after this Passover. Hopefully I will have a day during the week that I can do a stream with you all, and will do so if I can. And in the meantime, y'all just enjoy your week. Be careful. Never relax. Stay grateful and stay white. I'll talk to y'all soon. Take care.